if you were going to give advice about how to get your vote, what would it be?
So don't be an asshole.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Focus Group podcast, where we are bringing you behind the two-way glass and discussing what voters are really thinking. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of the Bulwark, and today I am joined by one of my personal political analyst heroes, Amy Walter, editor of the venerable Cook Political Report. Amy Walter, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
So I want to ask you, just because you have been somebody whose political analysis I'm devoted to, how do you use focus groups in your work?
I have to say, part of the reason I love doing focus groups is you do get to really see voters struggling with the reality of the choices in front of them. And again, you can't get that just in the hard data of a poll. You have to watch them go through it. And from there, you really can understand better the motivations of voters.
But jumping into this group in particular, today we talked to what is, I think, the most coveted, interesting group in politics right now, which is 2016 Trump voters who voted for Joe Biden in 2020. They are the unicorn swing voter, the group that people say doesn't actually exist. And yet in this last election, they basically decided things because they were, it was obviously a high salience election, lots of turnout on both sides. Everyone got every last voter out. At the end of the day, it was these kind of right-leaning, moderate Republicans and independents who had voted for Trump in 2016, who decided to vote for Joe Biden, even as they voted down ticket for Republicans. And so understanding these voters seems like it would be very important for both parties, because to me, these are the people who are up for grabs. Was there anything just that jumped out at you immediately from this group that you thought sort of struck you as an observation?
That these were all folks who didn't dislike Donald Trump in the way that I think some people thought they did. In other words, they found ways to say, look, I like his policies. I like a lot of the things he said when he was running for president in 2016. I really wanted to believe that this business background, this outsider thing was gonna work. I wanted to give it a chance. But, and then this is where it's universal among these types of voters, but his personality, the tweeting, the rhetoric, the non-presidential behavior, I just couldn't do it any longer.
I think that his policies were actually decent. I think when the pandemic hit, I think that just changed everything. Trump really poorly handled it during the pandemic. It was crucial for his rhetoric to be spot on and helping the country, and I think he failed at that.
I at first started off the presidency kind of thinking, well, it doesn't matter what he says, it matters what he does. What is he doing for the economy? What red tape is he lifting for businesses? But then it got to the point where you just saw the bully.
But he went over the top a lot of times, and he also pandered to a lot of his base to try and pit people against each other. I felt like he was starting to lose the trust of the people, and people started to lose faith in, regardless of his policies, if he was going to be able to accomplish anything.
I could not support another term for somebody who is so hateful.
Like when I was a kid, the president was someone that you could look up to, and I just didn't feel like that was who Donald Trump would be for like my kids,
So first of all, I just want to point out, these are Republicans, people who identify more as conservatives. What struck me the most, or my top line, is the fact that these voters could be future former Republicans. They are kind of up for grabs, I think, still in a way, because they make it clear they don't like the character of Donald Trump. They actually are worried sort of about democracy, and they don't like the Republican Party to be in thrall to Donald Trump and to move in a direction of Donald Trump.
This to me has always been the question, right? As you point out, in terms of these being seminal voters going forward, if you like the policy but don't like the personality, can Republicans now just sort of slot in a non-Trumpian candidate and talk about those same policies so that they can win those voters back. They won't turn them off with the tweeting and the other behaviors, or have these voters are just not going to be able to get the kind of candidate they want on the Republican side anymore. And that they're going to be struggling now in elections, trying to figure out if the person that they're going to send to the White House is going to, embrace that same sort of, if it's not the rhetoric, the divisiveness, right? The let's pit one side against the other thing that they really, really disliked. And then the other sort of top line was they are losing faith in Biden.
I think with Afghanistan, we're starting the trend downward. It's not like all hope is lost, but I'm really worried about what kind of decisions are being made at the top.
The Afghanistan pullout was a huge disaster that definitely kind of soured things for me. They're going to really hike taxes up on small businesses. Some scary things are happening now.
But I do think that they were struggling with, all right, I'm not so crazy about how Biden has been operating now. As I said, the shine kind of coming off. But man, if you asked me to vote for Donald Trump again in 2024, no way.
If Trump runs again in 24, would anybody consider him?
No,
absolutely
Probably not. No.
And if he's changed, I consider it, but I have a hard time believing that.
Yeah, with the narcissism that he has, it would most probably be disingenuous, any sort of regret if he showed or expressed it.
I can't do it, right? So I can't vote for Donald Trump in 24. I can't vote for Biden in 24, even though most of them thought he's not going to be able to run. So, it's almost as if these guys recognize they're in this sort of purgatory for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. And this is where, to me, I guess, if you're sort of a political operative type, you're like, okay, well, here's the opportunity. Right. The opportunity is like, who's going to go get these voters? And it was interesting because I don't know how to say this, but like, they're just normies, right? They're just like people who are like, I would kind of like my taxes to be lowish, but I also want people to be kind to each other. And I'm sort of the one woman kept describing it. I thought this was nice. It's something she must say, but I've never heard somebody say it.
I have a very red brain and a very blue heart. I would like to see a candidate who is, fiscally conservative, but maybe we'll move a little bit on some of these social issues.
They have kind of this conventional view of the Republican Party that's almost like a hangover from the last 20 years, where they bring up people like Paul Ryan and they talk about kind of the low taxes and the character as though they haven't quite realized that the Republican Party is very different now than it used to be. Right. Does that strike you, this idea of that they're sort of, they haven't caught up quite yet with the current reality of who the party is?
Right. And the sort of anti-corporatism, right? Most of these folks, it seemed like that the plurality were from the Atlanta area. So, right, thinking about the growth of suburban Atlanta and how integral that was to Biden's win there and to the Senate wins for Democrats in the 2020 election. And, I'm sure so many of these folks, they came of age in a time when, Republicans were not only the party of lower taxes, but of we're protecting business, right? And we're the Chamber of Commerce, and I'm going to work for Delta, and I'm going to work for Coca-Cola, and that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
We like corporations. We think they're good. And now it's like, wait a minute, we're supposed to hate now the corporations and we hate the politicians, but we're going to wait, what? Right? Like, where do we fit in? Almost, I think a couple of them, Sarah said exactly that. I don't know where I fit in anymore.
Now, I'm confused as a Republican. Who are they? What's their purpose? What's the identity? And the people that speak the loudest are usually the ones that support Trump. And I think I've moved in many ways over to the middle on a lot of these social issues. And the left has gone so far left and the right has gone so far right.
It's becoming even harder to sort of find myself a place. in the Republican Party without, drawing connotations. You have, you tell somebody that, you're a Republican, and then they automatically think of you as the extreme. So it's like, well, I don't want to associate with that. So do I even consider myself that anymore?
And obviously we're living in a time where you have folks who consider themselves moderate, whether they're center left or center right, saying, I don't have a home. And the only way that I'm choosing my candidate now is based on who is the least awful. And to me, what was interesting was the fact that they were universally upset about the events on January 6th and, condemned leaders, not just Trump, but Republican leaders who were sort of complicit in it.
Trump clearly was an instigator, and it was horrible. It was just like all the wackos heard the calling, and all the mainstream Republicans like us, we didn't break into the Capitol.
Nothing short of an act of domestic terror, and everybody who didn't speak up to admonish everybody who participated is complicit in their silence.
You can already see the battle lines, right, for winning over these voters in 2022. Democrats say, hey, look, you guys, this Republican that's running, not any different from Trump, supported the January 6th overthrow, or at least won't condemn Trump there. Do we really want the Congress to look more like what Trump sort of developed? And Republicans come in and say, oh, come on, get off it. He's not president anymore. Joe Biden is. This is Joe Biden's economy. This is Joe Biden's COVID problem. This is Joe Biden's inflation. We know, they're just using Trump as a foil.
Yeah, I was tooling around on Twitter this morning, and I saw a Terry McAuliffe mailer that is going out, and it looks like something that Glenn Youngkin would send to his base. It's a picture of Glenn Youngkin saying endorsement announcement, and it's a picture of Youngkin with Trump, and it's all of Trump's quotes about how he endorses Youngkin and about how happy Youngkin is to have the endorsement. And it's in very tiny, almost opaque letters. It says, paid for by Terry McAuliffe. And I'm sure that was mailed to every suburban voter who looks at a guy like Glenn Youngkin and says, oh, this reminds me of the old days, right? This is a business guy, and he's going to be, like a normal Republican, and we can move past Trump. And Terry McAuliffe is here to tell you, no, we're going to tie this guy as closely to Trump as possible, because Trump is poison in these suburban districts. It reminds me of a story that somebody told me about Iowa, who sort of knows the Iowa political scene, and how Joni Ernst ran in one part of the state. She was running ads that really highlighted her relationship to Trump and talked about his endorsements. But in the suburbs, Trump was nowhere to be seen. It was all the Democrats want to raise your taxes. They want to do this. And it's always sort of struck me, though, that it's a real problem for Democrats just in general, that in 2022, for a lot of Trump's base, the people who definitely think the election was stolen, Trump's on the ballot for them. But for the Democrats who kind of want to put Trump on the ballot because that's their turnout mechanism, he's not really on the ballot for them.
That's right. And I think in a state like Virginia, this is going to be a really fascinating test, right? Virginia is the kind of place where I think that rhetoric is still effective enough to get a Democrat over the finish line, in part because of how blue the state has become and how toxic Trump is, especially in the northern Virginia suburbs. But go to Atlanta or Dallas or Phoenix, and it's not quite as hardened as it is in northern Virginia. And is that going to be, one of those things where a voter looks at, fill in the blank Republican candidate, says, oh, come on, Donald Trump.
So this is, as I watch these groups, part of what I think about it, because they really don't like Donald Trump. And they say, well, we're going to evaluate each person candidate by candidate. But what happens if we come out of the Republican primaries And the big Senate candidates on the Republican ticket are super Trumpy. Like we've got Herschel Walker, let's say in Georgia. Let's say we've got Josh Mandel in Ohio. The woman running against, I think it's Chewbacca is how you pronounce her name, running against Lisa Murkowski. And then let's say on the Democratic side, that the Dems kind of veer into a 2018 kind of place where you get Connor Lamb potentially as the Senate candidate in Pennsylvania. And I don't know who it's going to be in Wisconsin, but let's say they get, a big pro-business or kind of military background Democrat. They kind of do what they did in 18 with your Mikey Sherrills, your Alyssa Slotkins, your Abigail Spanbergers, et cetera. Is it possible that for these types of voters, there's a narrative, just a broad narrative of, oh, wait, the Republican Party has gone full MAGA and kind of lost its mind. One of the things you hear from Republicans all the time is like, I don't like Donald Trump, but the Democrats are crazy. And so is it possible actually that Democrats are able to correct for that a bit with candidates that are not crazy, and Republicans are the ones who find themselves in kind of the Todd Aiken problem in a bunch of places? Is that possible?
Right. It is. And that's what we're all thinking about, right? We're all going back to 2010 where Democrats get creamed. I mean, it's not just like they lost a few seats in the House. 60 plus seats in the House, but still hold the Senate is remarkable. And it was really thanks to these terrible candidates in places like Delaware and Nevada. The other question is, where are we in terms of what those Democratic candidates now have to defend, right? And in 2010, it was Obamacare. We don't know exactly what it's going to be in 2022, but we have to also take really seriously how well those incumbents are able to message who it is they are at a time when it's their party in the White House.
Yeah. It's a total open question. I think one of the things that's interesting looking ahead even more to 2024, listening to this group. So they are, unlike the groups that I do, and I've done a lot actually in the last couple of months of Trump vote, like enthusiastic Trump voters, or actually I didn't even screen for enthusiasm. They're just 2020 Trump voters, but they are on average pretty enthusiastic about Trump, and they think the election was stolen. They think January 6th was no big deal. But these voters are really different when you talk to these kind of swingish voters. They are all vaccinated. They were sort of remarkably kind of pro-vaccine mandate.
Who here agrees with the vaccine mandate?
I do now. Before I was like, let that be your choice, but I see how things are going. And I have family members who are on the fence, and my sister and her family, they just, got over it. And I was worried. So I'm all for it now.
At first, I didn't think that people should be made to do it, but now I am on board with it. If it can help get rid of this pandemic that we're in, then I'm all for it.
Well, it kind of makes sense. I can't send my child to public school without getting those forms signed, with all their immunizations. The only difference is this hasn't been out that long and it's a little more controversial, but
generally they think, well, you got to do something to get it under control. And yet they don't like Joe. They don't want to vote for Joe Biden again in 2024.
What if Biden runs in 24?
No way. No way. I couldn't.
He's already senile as it is.
Yeah, he's pretty old.
I don't think he's going to make it. I mean, he's already, honestly, I would not be surprised if Kamala becomes president in the next 2 years.
I think he's too old. They think he has dementia. And I'll say the thing that you pointed out, the soundbite about, we think he's being controlled by somebody else. I hear that in every 2020 focus group or 2020 Trump voter focus group. They think he's being controlled by the far left. They think he has dementia. They all talk about it in like a clinical ways. But even this group of swing voters didn't want to vote for him again. And then when you ask about Kamala Harris, they don't want to vote for her either.
Yeah, I just don't like her personality. I can't stand all the laughing.
She's kind of disappeared. I haven't heard about her since the election.
They don't want to vote for her either. This is I think about this all the time. is it possible to give voters someone affirmative that they like? Like, let's say you're the Democrats, like would Pete Buttigieg be, because you do hear this actually in the focus groups a lot. People are really tired of old people. They would like somebody younger. Do you think if the future on the left was a Pete Buttigieg kind of neoliberal and the future on the right is Ron DeSantis, who's made sort of slightly in the Trumpy image, who do you think this kind of group would go for?
That's a really great question. You asked that, or the moderator asked that really specifically about thinking about 2024. And one woman brought up DeSantis.
I would have liked to, several months ago, have seen DeSantis, but what he's doing with, the mask stuff in Florida, it's bad.
And then said, yeah, but on the masks thing, he kind of lost me on that, right? The thing that has always interested me about this question is, you look at the 2018 and 2020 turnout, and it was at historic levels, right? Which I don't know that we're going to be able to reach again. And so in my mind, the question is always, well, who are those people who showed up in 2018 who had never voted before? Who are those people who showed up in 2020 who had either never voted before or who, maybe they vote really inconsistently? And whether they come in or out of the process is going to be as important as who the candidates are, right? So Donald Trump clearly brought in a group of people who no other Republican had been able to attract, right? Who didn't look like the kinds of folks in your focus group, those folks who wouldn't really have identified themselves necessarily as Republicans. They probably identified as, outsiders or libertarians or, I hate everybody. But he resonated with them. What happens to those folks? And we saw in 2016 that there was that Bernie Sanders faction, many of whom went and voted third party, right? Like they weren't going to do Hillary Clinton. They just weren't, even when they knew that the potential for Trump winning. And so, there's a Democratic strategist who talks a lot about this idea of, that the old saying that you never cross the same river twice, right? And that elections are similar, right? You don't ever have the same election twice. You never have the same electorate twice. The electorate flows and changes every year. And in that sense, understanding who the voters are that are, both attracted to and repelled by Trump was really important. And that's why throughout 2020, listening to these types of voters was so important, because what you came to recognize was, for all the benefits that Trump got for turning out people who had never voted before, he was turning off all those sort of traditional and consistent voters. And he was bringing out a whole group of Democrats who probably wouldn't have voted before. So his all-base strategy was enough to get him 47% of the vote and very close to an electoral college win in 2020. But it's not enough. It's not a majority. This idea of, who are those voters you're going to try to get in and keep in the fold, to me, that's what's fascinating too, is talking to this group that you put together and then talking to new voters.
Yeah, you just got on something there that I think is as an important a point as anybody can make, which is that they are consistent voters. Mm-hmm. So we have a whole bunch of people, you are right, that Donald Trump brought affirmative people into the electoral process, and he brought a bunch of people who hated him into the electoral process. They're all excited and knew one to vote against him, one to vote for him. And then there are these people who always vote in every election, will probably continue to vote in every election. They view it as their civic duty, but these people really do vote. And so I think this question of who turns out is obviously.
I do too. It's such a great point in this era we're in, where Democrats are doing much worse with sort of blue collar. I guess we're now calling it like the lower education level, lower education level voters, not just white, but it also, we saw some real examples among Latino voters that Trump was attracting non-college Latinos, right? College Latinos voting for Biden, non-college Latinos, they're still overwhelmingly supporting a Democrat, but that's where Trump made serious gains. And traditionally, those were the kind of voters that Democrats would go after, right? They wouldn't show up in a midterm, but they would show up in a presidential. And the people who would show up in a presidential were these kind of voters you had in your focus group, right? Suburban, consistent, higher education, higher engagement. And that's how Republicans would be successful in midterms, right? Because those guys vote always, they're going to be there. And Democrats would have to struggle to get their lower information, lower propensity voters out. Now, those voters, like you put together in that room, they voted for Biden. Some of them voted for Democrats in 2016, 2018, and 2020, right? The last Republican they voted for was Mitt Romney. And so that's why this group is so important in the midterms, because we know that the suburban vote is still going to be important. And the way that Republicans, at least in redistricting, are trying to sort of mitigate for that is, okay, well, let's dilute some of the suburban Atlanta vote with some more rural vote, suburban Dallas with some more rural Texas voters. But to your point, what if that rural vote doesn't turn out? It turned out a lot in 2020, but it didn't turn out for the Republican Senate candidates in the runoffs, right? Those rural voters in Georgia, they stayed home and without Trump on the ballot. So yes, I think we are all desperate to sort of figure out, all right, who is that likely voter, given that Trump is no longer in the White House, and as much as he will be involved in this election, not physically tweeting anymore, not physically being on our television sets from the White House really matters.
Yeah, and allow me to just observe on this point that this is why the election being stolen is such an important narrative for Republicans right now, because they want the Trump, they know that Trump's not on the ballot. And so how do you get people to turn out? Well, you say, well, this was stolen from you last time. You got to come avenge Trump. Like that is how you, when Kevin McCarthy says Liz Cheney was off message and that's why she needed to be moved out of leadership, that's because the message is that the election was stolen. I mean, yes, some of the bills that are passing around voting rights all across the country are voting that are, the Democrats would call voter suppression bills. The Republicans would call, voter integrity bills, but a lot of that is for Republicans, it's a messaging, play. It's about making this idea that the election was stolen. You have to solidify the integrity of the election, keeping that front and center going into 2022, because that's the strategy, is to keep those people hyped up. I don't know if you think that. I think that.
No. I think that's exactly right. And then there's the downside of it, right? Which is, do you keep people motivated by telling them that their vote is going to be stolen? Or do you get the people like we saw in Georgia who said, well, I'm not voting because Trump told me that it's all rigged?
You don't quite know which. It looks like it really did redound to their detriment in Georgia. Although I would say just in the focus groups, I ask people, how excited are you to vote in 22, and the MAGA Republicans are pretty excited. And I bring that up. I'm like, well, wait a minute. If you think this was rigged, and they're like, well, you gotta beat them so bad they can't cheat. That now, whether at a macro level that happens at a big enough scale, or whether at some point people are just like exhausted by all of it and just don't bother anymore. It's hard to say.
Yeah. Well, this is where your group was important, because if we're going to just say best case scenario for Democrats, that the folks that Trump brought out, who were first time voters, they don't show up again. Okay. Without him on the ballot. But that these types of voters that voted for Biden, if they're consistent voters, if they now are souring on Biden, if there's not a Trump on the ballot, like they're going to come out and they're going to vote for a Republican for Senate or for the House,
Mm-hmm.
And, that then puts the onus on Democrats to say, all right, what are we going to do to either, one, try to convince these folks that the Republican is as bad as Trump, or two, let them go, but go and find our surge voters, our voters that turned out in 2018 and 2020, and find other ways to get them motivated with the same messaging. They're going to steal your vote. Look at all these laws. You know what they're trying to do. Jim Crow 2.0. They stormed the Capitol. This is, we're one step away from mayhem and violence. That and you're right. We're getting sort of a sneak preview in the Virginia governor's race of all of this. We're getting a sneak preview in California with the recall. All that message is coming through loud and clear from Democrats that this Trump wasn't a one-off. His brand is the Republican Party, and your voters in that group noted that, right? The voters who said, I don't know who this party is anymore. I thought I did, but I don't know what it is. It's so this idea, like you can just get them back, like you sort of rented. As one Democrat said to me, I'm worried that we rented these voters for 2 cycles, but which may be fair. But I think these voters don't see themselves as they convey from one to the next. They're still trying to figure out where they fit in.
I think that's right. And I think this is why I think that, both, this is maybe people are kind of like burnt out on politics and they look at 2022 and they don't necessarily see it as like a seminal election. But for me, and they're right, there's that great clip from the woman talking about this, like, who is the Republican Party? What is their identity? But both parties are going to define in 2022 who they are through the candidates that they put up. And this is why I think I disagree, or I don't know if I disagree with you exactly, because you're not, but I think when it's Herschel Walker, and I think when it's Josh Mandel,
I agree.
This is where I think there's just more opportunity. And if Democrats are smart, smart and they put up these more moderate, listen, just in terms of the who else they've rented? A bunch of those young people in the cities who were willing to come turn out to vote against Donald Trump, but who a lot of times those urban voters, they don't care. Those young people. And so these are the consistent voters. And I think if the Republican Party goes full Trump, full MAGA in this midterm election, that there are specific geographical areas, and those happen to be big Senate fights.
Yes, I think you're exactly right. And where I would put Georgia, North Carolina,
Pennsylvania.
These are states that where the president's already weighed in, and potentially to the detriment, right? The full MAGA. Arizona, right? These are big pickup opportunities that are in peril because of to your point, I absolutely agree. I just don't know about a state like Missouri. We talk a lot about the Todd Akin factor, and I've been asking even Democrats, and they're very pessimistic these days about so many things. And I said, well, what if, there were Todd Akin now, 2021, Todd Akin is on the ballot. And they're like, I just think now it wouldn't matter. It's a different world than it was back when Claire McCaskill was able to win in a state like Missouri, and we've sort of gone past that. And part of it too is the ability to muddy the waters, and you heard that from these voters, and I hear it all the time in focus groups. Voters who just feel so overwhelmed with information, right? They're getting their uncle, their Facebook feed, the moms in their yoga group, all telling them all this stuff. and then they're watching the news and they're like, I don't know what to think or who to believe. And I just think you can muddy the waters easier now than you could even 6 years ago, 10 years ago, which wasn't Aiken like in 2012? Yeah.
Yeah, and Aiken's thing was, the legitimate rape comment, which sort of torpedoed him. And I do think you're right that part of what happened, right, is that everybody could like zero in on that clip and like that became the entire definition of the race. And if you're a Claire McCaskill, who I believe is a pro-life Democrat, or
no, she's pro-choice, but she wasn't like, she was able to sort of be, she was at that point the sort of folksy, right? Like, not, but it wasn't that she was saying, you're right. I'm running as the liberal alternative to Aiken. It was, do you want this crazy person, right?
Yeah. Well,
or do you want me, who may not be you may not like the D after my name, but at least I'm not doing it.
Yeah, although I mean, the Greitens, the person who Trump is likely to endorse in that Missouri race. So legitimate rape, very bad comment, whatever. This guy, as I recall, he tied a woman up in his basement, assaulted her, photographed her, blackmailed her with it, and also was scamming like a veterans charity.
Yes.
So it does seem like there was at least, but this really comes down to the choice that Democrats make, right? Is like, well, go get yourself a pro-life Democrat. Go get yourself somebody who maybe used to be a Republican. I don't know. Find yourself the most moderate Democrat you could find, because in Missouri, and I think, look, Ohio's kind of a slightly different example of this, but I've let Ohio go as the idea that a Democrat's going to win in Ohio. And yet, Josh Mandel, who, by the way, in every focus group I've done, he's the only one with any name ID right now.
Right.
They all think he's like maybe fine. They don't like have like an opinion on him, but at least they've heard of him, which is why I think JD Vance is always trying to compete for the most insane statement, because he's just trying to get his brand and his name ID up there. But you get a Josh Mandel with like a Tim Ryan, who's trying to run as kind of a Sherrod Brown, who, you're right, as you pointed out earlier, is like this dying breed of person a Senate candidate where they're a Democrat in a pretty solidly red state now. I mean, people thought it was on the table in 2020 and Trump won by like 8 or 9 points. But it is possible that if you get people that are super crazy, it's within like, it's worth fighting for maybe, but I still think it's tough. It's kind of out of reach.
But in place, I mean, look, it's a 50-50 Senate. So if Democrats hold on to Georgia and Arizona and Nevada because Republicans put up a flawed candidate or a candidate who MAGA'd themselves so hard, well, there's a Senate, right? Like Democrats can, and if Democrats can use that to their advantage to pick up Pennsylvania, right? Or North Carolina, but Pennsylvania becomes really, and or Wisconsin, those states that not only give Democrats the majority, or help Democrats keep the majority, but expand it by a seat or two.
So there's one clip I want to play. There was like some of the big news this week was, or last week was around the abortion bill in Texas. And when our moderator asked what people thought about that, here's what they said.
I think that is asinine.
Creepy. That's like 1984, like novel. Like
not a good idea, Shogun.
Not a good idea.
Not a good idea. Not a good idea.
Horrible.
Definitely didn't think it's horrible. So this is not something anybody wants in their states.
No, absolutely not.
No way.
I used to like Texas. Not anymore.
I found that pretty interesting. I don't know that Democrats are going to be able to make this. I mean, abortion is, unless it's your like single issue, which I think it is for a lot of Republicans. I hear it as one of the number one reasons why a very nice middle-aged woman who thinks Donald Trump is repulsive still votes for him, is because she is pro-life. And that's like her main thing. But like for your sort of average secular swing voters, it seems like this could play.
I agree. Listen, I think we've been spending a lot of time talking about what can Democrats do to bring out their base, and they look at this and the potential for a Supreme Court ruling in June of 2022 as you want to motivate those, as you pointed out, like those urban, younger, not paying really a lot of attention to politics people. Here's a great way to be able to do that. And I think you're right. I mean, to me, you say something about abortion, and for so many people, it just is kind of a glaze over. But if you're Democrats and you frame it as this sort of vigilante justice, right? That I'm going to go take in the Uber driver or the school counselor or whoever, and it looks, like something out of dystopian novel. I think that's the kind of stuff where you say, regardless of how you feel about the issue, can we all agree this is not how we should solve it, right? It sure, and again, we just talked about the Virginia governor's race, but that's what they're trying to do on the Democratic side in the Virginia governor's race, right? It starts in Texas. You know what that means. Everybody's going to copycat.
So just before we wrap, one other issue that I thought was pretty interesting that's really different about this group from a sort of from like a Trump 2020 voting group is that when they talk about the issues that are most important to them. Now, in Trump voting groups, the economy also comes up very high and is something that a lot of people will say is their number one issue. And in this group, the economy was the number one issue. But an issue that always comes up in the Trump groups that didn't come up once in any and never does in the Trump to Biden groups is immigration. It's just completely absent. And I think that it's something that is, and it's sometimes though people might say like, well, there's a mess at the border, but they don't want to see immigrants demonized. Like these to me are these are the voters who are what George W. Bush was really trying to appeal to with his, when they were going to do a comprehensive immigration reform. These are the kind of voters who were really there for comprehensive immigration reform. But I think Trump, when he isolated the idea that there was actually a lot of voters who were angry about immigration and would make it their number one issue, he kind of found that was some of his lightning in a bottle. But it always just strikes me as wild, as just a crazy, like some of the main differences you would see are the fact that everyone in this group is vaccinated. They are fine with the vaccine mandates. They don't care about immigration. They mostly care about the economy, and they still harbor fantasies of like Paul Ryan's great return.
They're writing Paul Ryan fanfic right now as we speak. I think it's also been interesting because I've sat in other focus groups these last couple of weeks with either the kinds of voters you put together, the sort of Trump to Biden, or they were like soft Biden supporters, soft Trump supporters in 2020, or they were Democrats that are low propensity Democrats that didn't vote in 2016, or maybe they didn't vote, they voted for the first time in 2018. And what they all talked about and where this conversation and this focus group started was with COVID, right? And the impact it is having on their lives. Are my kids going to be able to go back to school? Am I going to have to cut back my hours? Really, we have to mask again? Should I take this booster, right? So even for vaccinated people, you hear this just sense of pessimism, right? These folks definitely were pessimistic too about Afghanistan, but COVID really was the most sort of salient concern for them. Now, come 2022, will we really have turned the corner? Will we really, be in a better place economically? Theoretically, yes. But, if this election were today, I would say that, for those swing voters, the thing that is frustrating them the most is the fact that we're still in the middle of this COVID thing and that we're still so divided over it, right? Like, even though Trump's gone, we're still having fights on Facebook and between governors and the the federal government and between cities and states over who has to wear a mask, who has to get vaccinated. It's that thing to me that really is the sort of thread that connects all these different kind of swing voters. And it's what helped Biden in 2020, right? It's what got him the win in 2020 was, all right, look, I don't know about this guy. I mean, he's kind of old and he's been around too long, but he seems like he'll put competent people around him to handle the one thing we know we care about, and that's getting rid of this stupid virus and trying to unite us around a strategy. And it was working, as these voters in this group noted too. Like these first few months, it seemed like we were headed in the right direction. And then this summer, it all kind of fell apart.
I couldn't agree with this point anymore. I think that the people say that they're, when you start the focus groups and you say, how do you think things are going in the country? And people are pretty negative, they bring up Afghanistan, but I think that, that's a news of the day thing. I think that has the real political potential to recede as an issue. I don't think people are voting about that, 10 months from now, but on COVID. And I think this is why, I think it's why Biden did the mandate. And why they've decided that 100%. Politically they're going to be okay, because far more people are just like, get this thing done, get it under control. And even though they know they're going to get blasted by some elements of the right for it, they know these types of voters, what's going to matter to them is the economy bouncing back? Is my life back to normal? And that is going to be a much bigger piece of this.
I could not agree with you more. Again, in listening to these voters and so many others, the frustration they have is it seemed like he kind of lost grip, right? That he was sort of letting it go where it was going to go instead of grabbing the reins. And so while even in this group, you had folks struggling outwardly with, I don't love mandates. One woman who was like, I don't want to wear a seatbelt, whatever. But we got to get this under control, right? And so I may not love the precedent it's setting, but it needs to happen. And so I think that the risk reward for Biden on this with these voters is so much more on the reward side than on the risk side. And that, the further along we go, it's going to get even harder for folks who, the anti-mandate and the anti-vax to really, to get the traction. So I think you're right. Totally.
Well, I always like to stop it at a point where I've been told I'm right by somebody who I think is incredibly smart. And so, Amy, thank you so much for coming on and for watching the focus group with me.
Oh my gosh, this was so great. Thank you so much for having me on and for letting me into this world.
All right. See you later. Bye, everyone. Tell me who you're excited to vote for.
Any living, breathing Republican.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Focus Group podcast, where we are bringing you behind the two-way glass and discussing what voters are really thinking. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of the Bulwark, and today I have with me one of my favorite people in the entire world, Bill Kristol, a man with whom I have worked for years. I have finally made him watch his first ever focus group. Bill, how are you doing? It's great to have you here.
It's great to be with you, Sarah. I'm doing okay. I'm recovering from actually watching the whole focus group. And, there was a reason for the 4 years we've worked together. You've done the focus groups and commented on them, and we've discussed them, but I've never actually watched you do one live or sat through one, but I'm sure it's good for me. Suffering is good for the soul, right?
Real America is important, Bill. It's important to connect with real America.
It is. And that's why I'm pleased that you're doing it, Sarah.
Now, I want to start off this week first by thanking all of you who listened to the podcast last week, especially those of you who went and rated it on Apple iTunes. It really helps people discover the podcast. So appreciate anyone who did that, and hope the rest of you, if you enjoy this podcast, please go and rate it. If you don't like it, you can just don't tell me. So last week with Amy Walter, we talked to swing voters, 2016 Trump voters who were so repelled by him that in 2020, they voted for Joe Biden. This week, we're going to go one step over to a group that I would describe as conflicted voters. Many of them didn't like Donald Trump, but they voted for him anyway. Some of them decided to vote third party. And then there's really just one person in there who was happy to vote for Donald Trump. And so before we jump in, let's just listen to a few of the people in this group talk about why, despite not liking Donald Trump, they voted for him anyway.
This is going to sound horrible, but money. It just boiled down to money and how I thought the country would end up being bettered economically. I thought about the bottom line. I felt dirty walking out of that polling booth, having voted for who I voted for.
I have a PhD in epidemiology, and when this pandemic came up and the person in the highest office of the land was treating it very lightly, I just think we have thousands of people dead that wouldn't be dead otherwise. The scientists weren't being listened to. It became very politicized, but I'm a person of faith. There were things he did related to abortion, to the Supreme Court. Those things I really appreciated. And that was why I voted for him rather than Biden, but I didn't like either one of them.
I heard this over and over and over again when I was talking to sort of reluctant Trump voters back in 2018-19 about why they ultimately voted for Trump. But these were people that I really thought could be persuaded in 2020. And clearly, I think it's important to state that a lot of them were persuaded. I mean, Joe Biden won because enough of these types of voters ultimately went ahead and voted for Joe Biden, and even down ticket voted for Republicans still, but did vote for Biden. But these are people who, whether it was abortion or whether it was the economy, which I would say are probably the two biggest reasons you hear from these reluctant Trump voters of why they went for Trump again, they don't feel good about doing it. They do think that he's gross, but ultimately it comes down to sort of either a single issue. But did that strike you?
I am struck by the degree to which their objections to Trump, though, were real. But for people like me, the degree of the violation of the rule of law, the contempt for truth, the just degradation of the democratic process, the threat to the democratic process, very little of that, my sense is, at least from this one focus group. But it was and you did discuss January 6th with them some, but even there, they didn't like it. But there wasn't a real sense of, can you believe what he did with the Defense Department, the Justice Department, the kind of things that people like me who've been in government are just kind of appalled by, which overrode really everything else. And I did think that overrode everything else for some of the people who deserted Trump or who couldn't go to Trump in 2016 in the first place, who had been Republicans. But I don't think that really I don't know, you tell me, you've done so many of these groups, but it doesn't seem to have really penetrated out there. They have a distaste for Trump, a lot of the swingish, maybe more upper middle class people who reluctantly voted for Trump, but they don't really think of him as a threat the way you and I did.
No. And in fact, I think that we can hear some clips from how some of these voters talked about the insurrection, but certainly when you talk to the groups that very happily voted for Trump, they would dispute the idea that it was an insurrection at all. So the way that I had framed this question to this group was, did you regret your vote after January 6th?
Oh, I absolutely did. After January 6th and just watching him speak beforehand leading up to it was just, earlier I made the comment that I felt dirty walking out of casting my vote. And I realized, what have you done? Because I was on the fence. I could have just as easily gone with Joe Jorgensen and been happy with myself in the morning.
Certainly unfortunate, and he didn't help the situation by what he said. They were a very small group of people and a very radical group of people that don't represent the vast majority of voters and the vast majority of Trump supporters. So they were a wacky bunch, and there's certainly enough wacky bunches on the other side too. But you have to select the candidate that best meets most of your goals or views, and I've never voted for someone that agreed with everything or that was someone I'd want to have a beer with, but you vote for the best candidate that's out there and practical in a pragmatic way.
And this, I would say, is maybe one of the most tempered responses that I hear on the insurrection, but the extent to which you and I would look at something like what happened on January 6th, the way that Trump, we see it as a very clear-cut case of inciting a crowd and an effort to overturn election. What, people who voted for Trump see as people who, got a little carried away and they're not really representative of Trump voters. And so when I think people wonder, right, how is it possible that after January 6th, he can maintain this type of support? I think that type of comment is pretty representative of a lot of Trump voters, even mainstream Trump voters.
Yeah, I mean, I think the rationalizing word is the key word. And thinking about it a bit, I guess one question would be, if leading Republicans, leading conservatives, places like the Wall Street Journal editorial page, not, Newsmax, whatever, had said this is utterly disqualifying for Trump and for other people who went along with this. And if there were many Republican politicians who were saying, I'm conservative and I'm, opposing Biden on this and that, but I'm more like Liz Cheney and finding this just utterly unacceptable, maybe some of those swing rationalizers we saw in the focus group would be more willing to draw a red line there. But they're not, because I think the leadership of the Republican Party, the conservative movement around the country, isn't drawing a line. So obviously there are the conspiracy theorists, and there are too many of them, and the people who are toying with violence, and there are too many of them. They are way out there. But then the fact that they somehow are not taken too seriously, or their association with the broader cause isn't viewed as disqualifying. And even politicians who toy with them aren't really disqualified, or certainly you're not disqualified if you're a politician who hangs out with other politicians who toys with them. So for me, it's always been so clear that you can't tolerate a Marjorie Taylor Greene, and really you can't tolerate politicians who tolerate a Marjorie Taylor Greene, because you're on such a slippery slope at that point. That is not the attitude of most Republican politicians, obviously, and it's not the attitude of these voters. Whether they would sound differently if they were getting different cues over the last few months and the last few years, that really is an interesting question. That's hard to tell, but that's not what happened. After all that, it's hard to blame these voters for having that kind of attitude as well.
Well, this is where I have developed my theory that I like to call the Republican triangle of doom, which I would describe as the toxic relationship between right-wing media, the voters, and the politicians. Because I think that, if you remember, the Wall Street Journal did call for Trump's impeachment right after the insurrection. But the problem was Newsmax and OANN and a lot of the other groups that really deal with the base didn't. And there was this initial sort of wave of Trump's real base pushing back. And over time, that kind of seeped into Fox News, which then kind of chilled the Wall Street Journal. And then that made the politicians say, you know what, this actually isn't as destructive. Because remember, even McCarthy condemned it sort of out of the gate, like people like Chip Roy did too. But then they quickly were kind of walking it back when it became clear that the sort of semi-normal reaction that they were having to it was not what was happening within the majority of sort of Trump enthusiasts. When they saw that that wasn't going to be the mainstream dominant Republican position, that's when Kevin McCarthy makes his trip to Mar-a-Lago to try to repair it.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And I mean, another way of thinking about it is political scientists talk about, hyperpartisanship, which exists today, and affective polarization, which I think is a good way of capturing the polarization, which is mostly based on dislike of the other side. That's the affective part, and how strong that is. And this is what I came up with when we were watching the focus group. The proof of its strength is not so much in the, I'm making up the number, 20%, let's just say, of the country that is just loathes and hates and is repulsed by every liberal they've ever seen and thinks they're destroying the country and they're traitors, or 15 or 20% of the left that might have similar views about conservatives. The strength of effective polarization is seen in the fact that it pulls even these people in this focus group. It pulls the sort of more the rationalizers to the extreme. They can't conceive, that's very striking in this group, they really can't conceive of voting for Joe Biden.
I think that's right. And I think there's nothing stronger. There's nothing I hear more often, but the Democrats are worse. They're so convinced that the Democrats are dangerous, that there is a socialist agenda, that, that they have no choice. They have to vote for somebody like Donald Trump. But actually, let's listen to some of the comments about Joe Biden, because they're interesting.
There's a whole laundry list, but certainly the border illegal crossings at a 20-year high, unprecedented illegal crossings, illegal immigration, and now some indication that perhaps there's a tie between the spread of COVID and the illegal immigrants that are testing at a higher rate of having COVID or not being tested at all in some cases. So that's a big issue, is the border. I would say, obviously, he ran as somewhat of a moderate, but clearly he's not a moderate. His entire cabinet is leftist, and the spending follows that. So he's about as far, his administration is as far left as any administration in history.
But I just feel like the unfortunate situation we're in with COVID and the pandemic has been manipulated and used to spend at just this obscene amount of money, a rate that I fear for my children and their children, how they're going to pay this back. And it's all under this guise of protecting the country from the pandemic. And I think it's literally just a way of getting what they want packaged with a pretty little bow, that it's COVID relief. And I also, the fact that he signed so many executive orders in his first, I think I read somewhere that it was like 45 executive orders in his first month of office or something insane like that. And I just think it's dangerous. And especially with the cognitive issues, again, I'm sure he's a nice guy, but not the person that we need to lead our country right now.
I've got 2 adult sons living at home. One cannot stand to be idle. So he lost a job, but immediately went out and got another job. The other one is going to college and had a part-time job at Starbucks, and he got laid off from Starbucks and was in his room gaming. And I'm like, come on, he's got to get another job. My husband's like, he's making more than my other son that's working. Well, who's paying for that? So, the spending.
My mom worked in assisted living for over 15 years. And she is convinced, and I have to say, I believe her. I believe he's a mouthpiece. He's in the early, she says she shows every sign of being in the early stages of dementia. I think he's being run behind the scenes by people who want to use his executive power to make the changes that they want. And I think he's a good, caring man, but I also just don't think he knows what the heck he's doing.
I didn't like his vice presidential choice. I just felt like she was very, very far to the left, or at least way far left of where my views are, because I'm more conservative in my values. And it was just like too far for me, too extreme.
So I got to tell you, this is something that comes up all the time in the groups, is the idea of Biden having dementia. Not that he's a little slow, not that he's old, but that clinically he has dementia. And as a result of that, he is a puppet for the far left. But in there, to our earlier point, is the idea that Joe Biden and the Democrats are very extreme, and that they are so far left, and that is the reason that these voters, despite whatever reservations they might have about Trump, they just couldn't vote for Joe Biden.
But I got to say, watching all this, it made me worried about the Biden administration's political success. I mean, it's all downside and no upside. In a way, you can pick any of the worst things you don't like about the Biden administration, the Democratic Party, put those front and center in your mind, AOC and Ilhan Omar. And then you can tell yourself about the Republican Party that, they're much more reasonable. So the conventional wisdom has been, to some degree, well, without Trump on the ballot, maybe Republicans get dispirited and Democrats turn out again because they see how important it is. But I really, watching this, made me think maybe this weak Biden supporters get dispirited. Republicans are all totally polarized anyway and are going to vote, and will be thrilled to be able to flip the House or the Senate Republican to check this dreaded Biden administration. You can see how Biden gets in a situation where a lot of things he does, or a lot of things that happen that he doesn't do, getting blamed on him. Will he get credit if the economy is growing 6% a year? If COVID really does get under control, is he going to get any credit from this kind of voter at all? So I don't know if I were in the Biden White House watching this, or watching you and me here listening to us, and maybe I suspect some of them are. But the notion that having a higher child tax credit or that voters will see some construction beginning to happen on a bridge in their area that, whose upkeep is long overdue, that's going to change their vote to a Democratic Congress or Senate candidate. I'm not so sure about that.
The theory of the case that the Biden administration has is, okay, we're going to spend a ton of money and we are going to materially improve people's lives with all these programs, with COVID relief. And I think that they thought they were going to get a lot of credit for that. And I never hear them get credit for it. In fact, the woman who says, my son sits in his room and plays video games all the time because of these, stupid unemployment benefits, he won't go get a job. It's not, hey, the government's taking care of my kid during the pandemic. It is, my kid is disincentivized. And then you hear it when people sort of in there talking about the economy, they talk about how much spending there is and how alarming that is for them. And so I'm just not convinced at all that the idea that if you sort of spend a lot of money on social programs, that it ultimately makes people feel more warmly about you, because I've just seen zero evidence of that. I will say one of the things that was interesting about this group and different from a sort of pure Trumpist group is how they felt about the vaccines. Because if you do a group that is all Trump voters and you ask if people are vaccinated, the majority typically aren't, or it's about half and half. And though even the ones who are kind of will tell you, well, I got vaccinated because I wanted to go on a cruise, or I got vaccinated because my work made me, or they're almost justifying why they got vaccinated. And in this group, there was an incredibly interesting exchange from one of the respondents about the vaccines. Let's listen to that.
I mean, they have so many of the vaccines available, and I've read reports on a lot of the vaccination rates across the country. 28% of African Americans are currently vaccinated, which I think is ridiculous. Now, here we are that Trump rushed out and promised this vaccine for everybody, and he got it done. And then nobody wants to take it now. If you are Joe Biden's supporter and you voted for him, why are you all of a sudden going against him in the COVID? What he's saying about COVID? He wants everybody to take the vaccine, but yet none of the people that voted for him are taking it. So what does that tell you? Are they waiting to be incentivized to get the vaccine? Your life is not enough of incentive to get it.
What would you like him to do?
I would like him to step up and take responsibility and create a policy for getting people vaccinated.
A bunch of things I've seen have done breakdowns between Trump voters and Biden voters. And it's like, 80% of Biden voters have been vaccinated, but only 50% of Trump voters have been vaccinated.
I doubt it's 80%. I don't believe that number.
That's not what I read. I read in the Washington Post that 61% of those that won't get vaccinated don't support Trump. And minorities are the lowest percentage. Minorities vote 80% Democrat, yet they're only 30% vaccinated.
Right. That's what I saw.
That's not true. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Biden that both said they wouldn't get vaccinated prior to being elected. They both said, would you recommend getting vaccinated? And they said no.
I don't believe the Democrats are taking the COVID very seriously. Just look at Barack Obama and the big party he had at Martha's Vineyard. And now all of a sudden there's a huge spike in COVID at Martha's Vineyard. I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think they practice what they preach.
What's amazing to me about that clip, and I got to tell you, one of the reasons I'm addicted to focus groups is because they are clearly telling us that they are hearing their perspective on COVID is that it is Democrats who do not take it seriously enough. And I got to tell you, Robert there, very much in favor of mandating vaccines, is our big libertarian. His reason for not voting for Trump was because he was still running up the debt too much. He was still spending too much, and he needed less government out of him. And this is the thing I try to explain to people all the time. If you are expecting a linear sort of way of thinking about politics from just voters in general, this is not a right or left thing, but voters in general, there's not a lot of linear thinking, and that you can have the most libertarian guy in the group also being the one who believes that the Democrats are not doing enough to mandate the vaccine so that we can get this thing done with.
I mean, that was such a smorgasbord of misinformation and fake news and rationalizations of reasons to dislike Biden is what it comes down to. So what it tells me is, I mean, they can't avoid the fact that COVID's kind of a big issue. They can't quite avoid the fact that Trump mishandled it. But now this is what effective polarization means. Well, Biden's totally mishandling it too. And he's either too tough or he's too weak, or Democrats aren't getting vaccinated, which is not true. Or minorities aren't getting vaccinated, which was true at the beginning, but isn't true actually today. And in any case is sort of irrelevant to the argument here, since these people presumably defend the freedom not to get vaccinated, but fits in with their broader worldview. So I just think it shows how difficult it is for Biden to get credit for any policy, how easy it is to latch on when you're dealing with a complicated issue onto anything you dislike. And people are willing, as you say, to have contradictory criticisms too of Biden. He's too soft, he's too strong, it's just too much, there's too little. But I don't know. I mean, a lot of Democrats have been saying recently, we can really take the issue of vaccinations to the Republicans, against Republican governors who've clearly mishandled it. We have a lot of real-time data. California and Florida were at the same level of hospitalizations and deaths, 4 or 5 months ago. They've gone in 2 different paths, and now it's very clear which state is better off. So that's a pretty good little real-time case study. But I kind of worry that maybe if you really brought that home, you could get people to face up to the implications of one set of policies rather than another. But nothing I heard in those clips, or more broadly, very little that I've heard in this focus group makes me think there's sort of obvious policy solutions to the political problem of massive disinformation, effective polarization, people having talked themselves over time, over months, over years, maybe decades, I don't know, into an utter and total distrust of one of our 2 major parties and of all the institutions that they think of as going along with those parties, the schools, the universities, mass media, except for Fox, elites on both coasts and so forth. These are not working class voters from deserted steel towns in the Midwest. These are, I would guess, almost all college educated, I think.
So you mentioned the sort of fake news and misinformation. I mean, you heard in a number of those clips, both things that you're like, oh, okay, this is a narrative on the right that clearly people here like immigrants are bringing COVID. This group is a different version than a pure Trumpist group, because a pure Trumpist group, everybody will tell you the election was stolen. In this group, people were a little more circumspect about that, but I want to play you the clip because there were still people in the group who were very sure that it was rigged. But let's hear how they talk about it.
I was going to vote Trump, and then I did more research in that, and I felt that my vote wasn't really going to matter. I'm here in Georgia where I feel that they rigged the elections. I personally witnessed tampering. So I felt that my vote wouldn't count anyway. So I voted for a third party. They were emptying the mail-in ballot boxes 2 days after the results were due in.
I felt that because I'd be so curious to know how this election turned out if this wasn't a pandemic year, because I feel like the fact that so many votes were now mail-in votes, unprecedented numbers of that, I just feel like that's something that's ripe for potential fraud. I think the fact that all of these votes started appearing in the middle of the night, I just found the whole thing to be very shady. I remember hearing a story about in Arizona, which was a very important state, that in the most and is typically a Republican state, that in the highest populated, strongest Republican counties, that voters were being given Sharpies to mark their ballots and being told, don't use pens, you have to use these Sharpies. And then the machines couldn't even read the Sharpies.
The old Sharpie conversation in Arizona. I got to tell you, the number of people who in the focus group say that they personally witnessed voter fraud is amazing. And then the other one, and they sort of say it here, but it is, people are like, it had to be rigged because when I went to bed at night, Trump was ahead. And when I woke up, Biden was winning. And there were these ballot dumps in the middle of the night. And they always describe them as ballot dumps as opposed to counting votes that were coming in. But this is what is interesting to me is this is a MAGA adjacent group. This is not a full MAGA group. And yet when I asked the group how many people thought it was rigged in some way, 5 people thought that, and they didn't all think that it necessarily meant Trump definitely won. They just thought that it was shady and that there was all kinds of, terrible things that had gone on.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you were able to listen to that and be polite and pleasant shows what a better person you are than I am. Because when Robert was saying that, well, I personally witnessed tampering, I would have interrupted and said, nonsense. That's just not true. What did you witness exactly? What if you witnessed tampering? Did you report it? And Georgia is the most recounted state ever. And it turned out to have had an extremely accurate count, run by, of course, a Republican governor and a Republican Secretary of State. Arizona, they did not give out Sharpies. There was no Sharpie issue. Arizona is probably the second most recounted state ever, and also run by a Republican governor and who certified the election. So, I mean, this is where you do see the incredible ability of the misinformation, the disinformation to spread. I think you're a very important point beyond the core MAGA group to the MAGA adjacent group. And I think a lot of us kind of thought, well, gee, it's so crazy that it's going to backfire on them pushing this. The Arizona audit, the craziness of Trump, the Rudy Giuliani at Four Seasons, what was that?
Landscaping company.
None of it. Did any of it backfire? It's not clear to me that any of it did. If no, what happened is, well, that was a little extreme to go there maybe. But, there's a point there about those ballot dumps. That term comes, of course, from Fox and from Trump and from Giuliani and from Powell and all these people. And because they're willing and ready to believe these things, do now repeat them and use them to justify a kind of soft version of MAGA conspiracy theories. But still, it's conspiracy theories, incidentally. How does all this work? I don't know. It raises the whole question of how you deal with this. It's not a matter of, well, here are some facts to go against that. I mean, it could be a matter of that, I guess. But the degree to which we're dealing with a sociological and cultural problem here, for tens of millions of Americans, that makes them very open and susceptible to this. And we're not dealing with a sort of, there's a slight educational failure about how we run elections in the US. They want to believe this. And one
of the things that strikes me, I'm always kind of have my antennas up for the intergroup dynamics, because in this group, you do have this gentleman who feels strongly that the election was rigged. He's the same person who came up with the most conspiratorial ideas. And then you've got kind of on the other end of the spectrum our epidemiologist, somebody who's clearly got a PhD and, who was found it very difficult to vote for Trump, who was embarrassed and horrified by the insurrection. But as she listens to him talk, I see groups where people are very clearly disagreeing with something that someone else is saying. But the other people in the group, as he sort of says these things, they kind of they either nod or they just kind of say, yeah, maybe, I don't know really what happened. And that, I think, goes to this point that I think is so important about the more extreme wings, that what you want to be doing is sort of isolating or driving away the more reasonable wings is actually not what's happening. It's actually just kind of like, and that doesn't mean that I don't think there's still a segment of the Republican Party that can be repelled by extremist elements. I actually very much believe that exists, but you don't see a lot of that dynamic, particularly here.
I mean, it's confirmed by the polling. I mean, people are not as put off as I think one would have thought they would be by all these different things, whether it's for the violence incitement, the conspiracy theorizing, true conspiracy theorizing, not even just mild versions of it, which would require millions, I suppose, to be in on this conspiracy. I don't know, hundreds of thousands of deaths from COVID. It's kind of a major fact that's sort of elided over everyone who's sort of was okay with Trump, except for that one person, I think, who really was upset by the way he handled COVID. But now they're all going to be upset by Biden and whatever the inconsistencies of Biden's CDC's messaging and so forth, or whether he should have been a little earlier to mandate vaccines or to get the testing improved. It's sort of night and day from my point of view from what Trump did for a year. But it's all going to get, mushed together. And by a year from now, it's going to be, if anything, why didn't Biden get us out of this faster? And now we have a little bit of inflation. I mean, maybe because of what we tried to do to keep the economy afloat during this terrible pandemic. And again, the willingness to excuse things on your own side, and then the willingness to just use anything to blame the other side, even if it's kind of inconsistent. He's not getting people vaccinated quickly enough. He's much too harsh on all those people, people exercising their freedom not to get vaccinated.
So another thing that I think is interesting, I asked, are people excited about voting in 2022? Are they fired up about politics? And despite people feeling like there's rigging going on or there's shady business, people were very fired up.
I think two other people from Georgia here, and we are going to have a big election in 2022 with Governor Kemp coming up, and then also the senatorial spot is coming up as well. And we need to make changes to retain Kemp and make sure that senatorial seat changes hands. So it's a very big election.
And I'll say that this is another thing that I would put as a bit of a warning sign, I think, for Democrats, which is that across these groups, I see real enthusiasm from people who voted for Trump to vote in the midterms, because even those who weren't that enthusiastic about voting for Trump in 2020, they're very enthusiastic now about putting a check on Joe Biden.
Now, just what you say. Now, these are one type of voter who are probably the kind of voters who they stuck with Republicans down ballot anyway, and they're going to be particularly eager, as you say, to have Republicans check Biden. There's another type of Trump voter who might fall off and not vote in 2022, which would be maybe the white working class voter, the rural voter who doesn't normally vote and loves Trump, but couldn't care less about some establishment Republican somewhere. But if the Republicans can bridge the kind of establishment appeal to some of these people and the appeal to the Trumpy voters, they could be in decent shape in a lot of states. Now, there are a ton of Biden voters, we shouldn't forget, and there were more of them. But the notion that just the worse that Trump behaves, the worse Marjorie Taylor Greene behaves, that it's going to sort of damage Republican prospects in 2022. Yeah, I'm pretty uncertain about that. The other thing I would say is the degree to which these people, I don't think they would approve of, maybe Josh Mandel shouldn't call those he dislikes traitors, but they wouldn't penalize necessarily. They wouldn't not vote for Josh Mandel because he's used that term. They might prefer in a primary someone a little more muted, but if it came to a general election, they'll stick with Mandel, don't you think, against a normal Democratic opponent. So what price will the Republicans pay for playing with fire, for letting their extreme elements pour gasoline on the ground and throw matches around, and the mainstream Republicans walk around occasionally tut-tutting, but not doing anything to take away the matches or remove the gasoline? I think it's a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, the word I was looking for before, and that I think the point you just made is exactly right, is that people are now desensitized, right? So it used to be that politicians would feel like if they used language like that, there was a certain part of independent swing voters that they would alienate. And I think that something that we thought back in 2016 early days, where we still thought there was a lot of sort of mainstream kind of normie Republicans who were horrified by these things, but they just couldn't vote for Hillary Clinton, that we thought that ultimately they would reject Trump. Like maybe they would vote if somebody primaried Trump, they would vote for them, like a Larry Hogan or something like that. But as Trump's tenure went on, people are so desensitized that now you see all these mini Trumps running that previously everybody would have been like, well, you can't have Herschel Walker or Josh Mandel or these crazy people because sort of center right moderate voters won't vote for them. But with the negative polarity and people being unwilling to vote for Democrats, fewer people being willing to swing their votes, I mean, still a critical piece of it can and will swing, but far fewer. You do have just that desensitization to sort of the crazy now, just a higher threshold for it. And I think that is something that Trump really changed on the right.
Yeah, I totally agree. Now, whether it changed enough to give Republicans majorities in either House of Congress or presidentially, which is a question, maybe it just means we're sort of stuck at where we were in 2020. A lot of our liberal friends, you get this question all the time too, I know, is when are they going to pay a price for this? Don't they realize how much damage this is doing? You get this a lot if you go on MSNBC occasionally, as I do. And, boy, here's a real Republican lunatic being a lunatic. And boy, are they going to pay a price for that at some point. And I always say they haven't paid a price. They won 12 seats in 2020 in the House. They did lose the House in 2018. So there was a desire to check Trump. But now it's a Democratic president and a Democratic Congress. So all the desire to check goes the other way. And I think it's going to be hard to scare people practically about what's a Republican, House going to do. I mean, Biden's going to veto anything they're not going to get through the Senate, and Biden would veto it. So they can't do that much, really. And people like me can make fancy arguments about you're legitimizing an unbelievably unhealthy kind of politics, conspiratorial, violence prone, totally irresponsible, demagogic. I am struck how little those arguments or perceptions seem to penetrate among at least, maybe they do among some voters, but not among these voters.
just as we close out on this, and I was talking to the group, I always ask sort of in the latter half about different Republicans. I kind of try to get a sense of who do they like these days and would they like to see Trump run again in 2024? And this group, again, very different from a pure MAGA group in the sense that when I asked if they wanted Trump to run again in 2024, a couple people did, but there wasn't sort of an overwhelming enthusiasm for it, which you actually do see in a lot of the other groups. But what was interesting is when I was asking people, so who do you like on the Republican side? Like, who are you interested in? You got names like Kasich from our epidemiologist, Rubio, Cotton, Haley, Cruz, and whatever we may think of those people, those are sort of mainstream, I would say, Republican choices. When I brought up DeSantis, people were quite fond of him. But I would say in the groups that are sort of pure Trump voting groups, you get a lot more of sort of Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. And you ask about Mike Pence or Nikki Haley or Marco Rubio, you get really aggressive thumbs down. Trump kind of changed the game in terms of what people's threshold is for interesting. Like, they're just not that into Mike Pence anymore. You know, they sort of find him to be a conventional politician. I mean, in a lot of the Trumpier groups, they think he's an outright traitor for not standing by Trump. And I think at least one or two people sort of mentioned that here, but mostly they're just like, he's not that interesting to me. And they want somebody that puts on more of a show.
I just don't know that if he's strong enough or has full-throated opinions on things. I think he's somewhat of a career politician. He's a nice guy. I'd certainly vote for him as a vice president.
I don't think he has the appeal and is outgoing enough to win the presidential race.
It seems like you have your president and you get them for 8 years, and then you get the vice president, and then you get them for, I just am ready for there to be something new and different. And that was one of the things that was most appealing to me about Trump in 2016, something different, like not the status quo.
Just something that's become clear to me doing these focus groups is Mitt Romney may be in the Republican Party, but it is not Mitt Romney's Republican Party. These voters no longer are interested in those types of Republicans. It's just not where they are.
Yeah, and I'd say just on your previous point, which I think there really isn't a Mitt Romney wing of the Republican Party or probably a Liz Cheney wing. We'll see if there are enough Republicans in Wyoming to renominate her or not. But so there's kind of a MAGA wing and a MAGA adjacent wing. Right. Those are the two chunks of the party. They're probably maybe fairly evenly balanced, I'm going to guess, in terms of popular support and in terms of likely presidential candidates. There are different shades of MAGA adjacent, from pretty enthusiastically for Trump, but not quite where Trump is, all the way over to Christie kind of trying to distinguish themselves. But they all supported Trump. Many of them worked for Trump. It makes a huge difference to the country whether that party ultimately is a 51% or 47% or 42% or 38% conceivably of the electorate. So those few percentage points do make a huge difference in terms of Biden being able to pick them off or other Democrats doing so. But you did this focus group mid-August, I think. The Democratic Party over the 6 months until this focus group had not been wildly left-wing. In congressional primaries, in the New York City mayor's race, and other choices they had to make, they had gone more centrist than radical. In many of Biden's governing choices, he had gone more centrist than radical. He wasn't expanding the size of the Supreme Court. He wasn't succeeding in overturning the Hyde Amendment. Manchin wasn't going to let him. The radical things were coming from Republican governors in Texas and on abortion and in other states and in Arizona audits and all this. So that seemed to have had no effect on them. That is, they didn't look up 6 months later and say, gee, it's the Republican Party that seems to be being radicalized in a irresponsible way. The Democratic Party, I got a lot of problems with them, and I don't think Biden's the greatest and all that. But, they're not crazy, or the crazies aren't running that party. Jim Clyburn is repelling the radical Democrats, and, they're not mandating critical race theory at the federal level and so forth, and not even in many states, honestly, or even many localities. We'll see. Texas will be an interesting thing. That came up a little after this focus group, the Texas abortion law, which I feel does have some potential to take swing voters, not very affiliated voters, younger voters, and make the Republican Party look truly kind of nuts and intolerant and extreme. But yeah, this group I think is a good indicator of the challenge, not just that Biden has, but that everyone has in trying to deal in this politics where we have such partisanship and such polarization.
I'm tempted to leave it there, but I do want to just bring up one last thing, which is we talked about Afghanistan with the group. Did it cheer you up at all to see how they talked about Afghan refugees?
The people that helped the United States over the last 20 years, from the Afghanis that lived there and were translators and people that worked there helping the Americans, you should have evacuated those people first.
Yeah, so I've been wondering whether that also is an issue where Fox and some of the Trumpier types, Josh Mandel, to come back to him, are out of touch with even their own voters who do have a different attitude towards refugees who worked with American troops or with other Americans and who want to come over to the U.S. as opposed to, random people who were unfortunate victims of civil war or for economic problems or other terrible things, but we don't really have a obligation to the way they would see it. And therefore we can be pretty hard-hearted about not letting them come in. So I think maybe the combination of Afghan refugees, the Texas abortion law, the craziness on COVID now and on vaccines from some conservatives and Republicans, maybe you'd think all that might come together to allow for some peeling away of Republican support, at least for the extreme Republicans. I don't know that we've seen much evidence of that yet, though.
Well, I will tell you what, we're going to do more focus groups. We're going to find out more about what these voters are thinking. We'll check in on that abortion law, maybe with some swing voters. Hey, Bill, thanks for watching a focus group. Thanks for talking about it. And we'll catch you guys next time on the focus group.
I think the Russians nuking D.C. would be doing us a favor.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Focus Group podcast, where we are bringing you behind the two-way glass and discussing what voters are really thinking. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of the Bulwark, and I am extremely excited because today I have my Bulwark colleague and very old friend, Tim Miller, joining me. Did you like my age joke there?
I'm feeling old. I'm coming off a long weekend where I took my toddler to a music festival. So I'm a very old friend, both in my age, how my body feels right now, as well as the length and the tenure of our relationship. And I'm very excited to be on this podcast. But who would have thought when we first buddied up that you would be a host of a podcast and have your own brand and have your own picture on the image and, on the top 10 list and the whole deal? Crazy.
Yeah, we were just kids together. I just do want to set this up, though. This is our third episode of the Focus Group podcast. The first episode, we really focused on swing voters. So people who voted in 2016 for Donald Trump and then were so repelled by him that they voted for Biden in 2020. And then we moved one deviation over to people who it was a mixed group. They either voted for Trump pretty reluctantly or they went third party. But now we're going to go to the group that I think everybody's been waiting for, which is sort of the pure Trump groups. Today's two groups, which are Trump 2020 voters from Ohio and Georgia, two important states in the upcoming Senate 22 races. I do want to start with some clips of how people answered the opening question of just how do you think things are going in the country? Let's listen.
I think some of the things that have happened over the 8 months, I'm afraid we might not ever rebound from. We have a government that is out of control. We have politicians that are crooks and thieves and they get away with it. Many of them are idiots.
I think politically it's getting more and more divided.
I'm an Atlanta native, and my Atlanta did not look like this. And what I see is that people are coming in here that are not Atlantans, that are coming from the outside. They're bringing a leftist agenda.
I'm 62, not the world I grew up in, and I feel sorry for my kids and my grandkids because they're young. They see no hope.
I have a 3-year-old, and my wife and I would love to have other children, but I oftentimes think, what am I bringing someone into this world, and what's this world going to look like when we're my age?
What was your takeaway?
There were some things that really caught me off guard right off the top in Georgia. There's a gentleman that I think was probably the most rational of the people in the Georgia Trump group. You might consider him maybe a National Review type guy. Maybe he might be a little dispatch curious. And even that person was saying, I think that we're kind of at a civil war level of divisiveness. And then in Ohio, the theme that kept catching me was the catastrophizing. I feel so bad for our kids. I don't know what we're handing down to them. Like, it's not the same, our culture isn't the same. And there's not a lot of meat behind that. And that was startling to me because, again, even one of the people I think said this, like, when I go out and talk to my neighbors, I don't feel that way. Like, things feel normal.
When I go outside and I talk to people that aren't on the internet, most people seem to be very friendly and amicable and just like normal, like they have been the last 40 years of my life. Sometimes I wonder if it's so much how the country is going versus how much certain movers are trying to nudge the country in a direction.
It feels like some of these folks need to log off their Facebook page because how much they're catastrophizing did not really seem to match like their life experience. It's not like we were talking to focus groups where everybody lost their job and the town was hollowed out. Like it wasn't that. It was more of these abstract notions about the divide in the country.
And this was a through line where people were talking about illegal immigrants moving into their communities. There's this idea in Atlanta. I couldn't quite tell if it was racial or just all of the, you get this sometime in Texas or Colorado where it's like, well, all these Californians are moving here with their progressive values. But it is this sense of, I don't recognize the state I come from anymore. But to me, what's fascinating in these groups is whenever you do a group that is everybody who voted exactly the same way, there's an immediate comfort in the groups. People don't quite feel judged. And that really comes through when you ask questions like if they thought the election was stolen.
I believe the election was stolen. I believe that there were a half a dozen precincts around the country that were tapped into and that nobody wants to do anything about it. And I think it goes all the way back to Hillary Clinton's server, where she was not indicted when that was just bold-faced. You mean to tell me every GI that's overseas that voted with an absentee ballot only voted for Biden and not a single one of them voted for Trump?
There were so
Give me a break. That is such bull. I am a veteran. In 1776, a group of people decided to defend this country, and there's a group of people ready to defend it now.
I believe the election was stolen. I think we all saw what happened in Fulton County, the audits that are coming out.
I mean, to go to bed and to have such a lead and to wake up and be so overturned was something. And then the story started pouring in about the people coming in the middle of the night.
And for Trump to say immediately in that first debate, this vote is going to be jacked up. It's not going to be fair. His people had to have some intel of what they were doing.
Well, first of all, everybody thinks that there was fraud.
Yeah.
Right. Everyone thinks there was fraud.
Look, the focus groups reflected. I was talking with a friend that does polling, and he said that when you ask Republican primary voters and you give them three options between stolen, there was fraud, but standard issue fraud and the election was up and up, or no, Biden won essentially fair and square. I think that there was an expectation, at least I had this expectation, the person I'm talking to did, that like the middle group would be the biggest, right? That, people wouldn't want to completely betray their tribe and say, well, there was fraud, but, he did lose by 7 million votes, et cetera. And that there would be, some in each on the two more extreme answers, where one of the more extreme answers is the obvious true answer, but then the Republican electorate. That was not the case at all. It was 1 in 10 that thought that the election was fair and square, 4 in 10 that thought that there was some fraud, but who knows whether or not it was enough to turn the election, and 5 in 10 thought the election was stolen. And that's basically exactly what you're getting, when you listen to these groups, and it may be even a little bit more extreme. And even the people who, aren't all in on the George Soros and the machines, they're still deeply concerned about what's happening in the cities. And the last thing I'll just say, when something you learn from these focus groups, which you can't get from the poll, is like, they are educated about the conspiracies. There was a younger woman in the Georgia group who was as crazy as anybody about the election.
Well, the fact that they're using voting machines like Dominion and that those servers, as I understand it, can be hacked
by another country, by our own people within our country, different factions. I personally don't think that those machines should be connected to servers.
You know, she's become completely immersed in politics. It's like they're eating the crazy pudding.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I hear over and over again, and that I actually think is instructive for going forward, for all of the conversations around mail-in ballots and early voting, the reason that people distrust this election, besides the fact that Donald Trump really primed them to distrust the results of the election, a number of people, and I hear this all the time, they say, well, when I went to bed, Donald Trump was ahead. And then I woke up and Joe Biden was ahead. And what happened? Because of COVID and because most of the Republican states refused to say that they could open and start counting the ballots early, right? These ballot dumps that they're talking about really just were ballots being counted, but they were being counted later than the regular tallies because they were having to open all of the mail-in ballots, which because the mail-in ballots were so poisoned by Trump's rhetoric, there were far more mail-in ballots for Biden than there were for Trump. And so that was the difference. And it literally is the feeling that people get of this election counting looking so different and it not being decided on election night that leads them to believe that something was wrong with it. Were you surprised to see about half of the people in each group were vaccinated? Like, did you think that was more than you thought or less than you thought?
I took the vaccination as fast as possible. I also work for the Air Force. All the military guys had to take theirs, so that was why.
Is anyone here for vaccine passports?
No.
Nazi Germany. I thought we had HIPAA. I thought we had HIPAA laws where you couldn't ask me about my medical. I thought that was all illegal.
As far as the vax, I got to tell you, the most encouraging thing was a gentleman who said that the vaccine is the biggest sham he's ever seen in his life, and the whole COVID thing is one of the biggest shams he's ever seen in his life. But he is planning on getting vaccinated for a tour he wants to go on soon.
I do believe that gentleman that you're referencing actually said he was going to have to buy a fake vaccine card in order to go on his
Did
tour.
I miss that? Was I so excited that he said that he was going to get vaccinated for the tour?
On the tour we're coming up on in Nashville, they're requiring everyone to be vaccinated. So I'm going to have to fake some card just to get in the door.
Well, at least that says something for the free market. Somebody out there is getting paid off of that. Oh man, that's too bad. Well, yeah, the most astonishing thing actually for me, and there was one person in the Georgia group who gave, I thought, the most moving answer of the entire time.
I have a lot of friends in this country and others that have gotten real sick and have died. Sometimes I feel, and I respect everyone's opinion, but sometimes I feel like we've forgotten or we confuse our individual liberties with a little bit of selfishness. And I personally don't understand the real aggressiveness against these vaccines.
It was so refreshing because that was just the thing that I took away from the vaccine thing, is just the callousness of it. And I don't mean to say callousness in a way of I'm pointing my finger at you and judging these people and saying you're callous. I'm just saying that the culture, the conversation around this is such that it was, their comments were completely unrelated to or devoid of any concern for human suffering or actual real world results. They're just swimming this cultural soup. We're it's just not a big deal. And that the people that are the baddies are Anthony Fauci for trying to make it a big deal, and that they don't have to really grapple with the pain and the suffering that has happened. And that just made me sad, because it would be a group of people in a different context if you got them talking about abortion or something, right? Where there would be shows of concern or, church going folks. But that has just been completely ripped out of the COVID debate.
Yeah, I mean, what strikes me in the vaccine conversation is for the people who are vaccinated, they feel like they have to explain themselves when they're telling the group why they're vaccinated, right? They have to say, well, I had to do it for work. One of the things that really jumped out at me was one of the gentlemen who wasn't vaccinated.
I know where you're going with this.
he's
the drug salesman.
He's a pharmaceutical sales representative.
Pharmaceutical salesman.
And his response was like, well, let's just listen to it.
I know some of the stuff that's going into these vaccines, and it's nasty stuff. And they're not disclosing all the people that are getting sick from it and that weren't sick that are now sick, even with young people.
But you're like a pharmaceutical salesman, right? That's what your job is?
Correct.
And you don't trust it?
Some of the stuff that's in this, aborted fetal tissue, antifreeze, they put an antibiotic into a quote unquote vaccine when that's viral. An antibiotic only kills bacteria, it doesn't kill viruses. Just that immediately throws the red flag. And then they're wanting to pay you for it. Get the jab, get the shot, get $100. That sounds, my dad always said, something looks funny, smells funny, seems a little funny. It's probably funny.
Yeah. You don't know what kind of garbage they're putting in that. And,
antifreeze.
There's been a retrospective debate looking back at 2020 about whether COVID actually hurt Trump or ultimately helped him. And I've always been on the helped him side because people were much more concerned about the closing down of the economy or of their lives than the virus itself. Like it's not that much worse than the flu. I mean, and these guys did have, they had a lot of stats about how, 1% of people actually die from it. You're much more likely, especially if you're like them, healthy, then you're going to be fine. And it's not worth the shutting things down over. And I feel like that's for people around us in our lives. The fear of the virus was paramount. Whereas I think just out in the world, there were, for a lot more people, fear of shutting down was paramount. So 2 more broad topics I want to talk about for both groups before we get into the Senate races. One is January 6th. Both groups had roughly the same percentage of reactions.
The majority of the people there were peaceful. I mean, I watched an independent live stream of it all day, and I didn't see anybody except the people that usually show up to these rallies. Antifa, BLM, those factions of people were the people that were, and I actually didn't see a weapon on anybody but the Capitol police officers.
You had pictures of the same Antifa people that were in the middle of the BLM riots all over this country. Like the one guy in the Indian moccasin war thing that was standing in the speaker. I mean, the same guy, the same picture, the same outfits was in riots out in Portland. Or the prosecutions are only to the guy from Georgia that they find that they can prosecute for being on the grounds, but they're not going after all these Antifa people that are the real problem.
I think the FBI was involved too, with the CIA.
Yes. Everything else, if you see cops taking the barricade, like, come on in. It was a big old Shakespearean play, I think, orchestrated by Pelosi.
Whoever was at fault, it's their fault for going in. You can't blame it on somebody else. Well, they opened up the gates. Well, who cares? Was it wrong? Then you should have never gone in. You can't come back later and say, hey, well, we think that it was the KGB or the Antifa or something like that, and they organized it. Well, who went in? You did.
There were a couple people who would say it was bad and the people who did it should be punished. But the majority of the group thought that it was not that big a deal, was blown out of proportion, some very, very clear stats that were given, or evidence, I'll call it, I guess. The evidence in their minds that it was actually an Antifa false flag, Black Lives Matter. And then the other thing, and I hear this come up all the time, is that the cops were in on it, told by Nancy Pelosi. And every time I hear it, it kind of does remind me that when you did see the footage from the insurrection, it was I think people never quite appreciated how surrounded the Capitol was by different groups of people. And so in some cases, you did get footage of the cops kind of hanging out with the people who were coming in, taking pictures where it did look like they were opening the gates. And then in other places, you see the cops being overrun and being, dragged and hurt. And I do think that complicated people's perception of what was going on.
I think it's generous to say that the conflicting footage is the reason why these folks have those views. I mean, as far as January 6th is concerned, I think you have the same kind of breakdown as with the fraud, where you have the furthest MAGA parts of the group saying that it was Antifa, and then the next group over, saying that there were people that acted badly, but, it's being overblown, and then a very small group that were deeply concerned. The other thing you just mentioned that they all bring up, and you can't not mention it, is they bring up the BLM protests. And, one guy said about the people that are being arrested on January 6th, I think was the context here, that if you're a certain race, they won't prosecute you.
We are in the city of Atlanta, where Atlanta has announced that if you're a certain race, they won't prosecute you. You can do whatever you want.
Yep.
And I live downtown, so I see it, and I see the effect of it.
Kind of making the point that at the Black Lives Matter protests, the people that acted poorly weren't prosecuted, and that the innocent whites that stormed the Capitol are getting unfairly prosecuted. I think that's a very common view in the crowd, and obviously he's representing the most extreme point of it. But I don't know. That just renders me speechless.
Yeah, well, the Black Lives Matter protests get brought up in the context of January 6th in every 2020 Trump voting focus group. And the reason is more of they feel like the treatment is asymmetric, that this group was allowed to riot and burn down buildings, whereas when the Trump supporters, did this, that peacefully, right, that it was treated, like it was the worst thing in the world. That is the prevailing sort of what about response that you hear. And then, the other thing that people were very all on the same page about is Joe Biden.
I expected him to at least be coherent. I don't know if it's Alzheimer's or if he has Parkinson's or he's becoming feeble, or you can hear it in his voice.
I think, and I've heard it on the media, he's a puppet. I don't think he is the one that's pulling all the strings all the time. He is incompetent. I'm angry at his wife and his family for putting him out there like that, because it's got to be more noticeable to them. I don't think he's fit to be in that position.
You, I'm sure, have heard this argument plenty about the fact that Joe Biden has dementia and is being controlled by the far left. But one of the things that I guess struck me from these groups and others that I've done is how often it's couched almost in concern. What did you make of basically people's assessment of Biden?
Yeah, I mean, this is where I'm just like in my Oakland gay man bubble I just can't understand it, because just taking it as much as good faith as possible, I don't think that there's any doubt that Biden, sometimes when he's giving answers, it's a tough job and he's old, and like sometimes he isn't as sharp as he could be. But the very same people like look at Donald Trump and see him as just an avatar of strength and power and decisiveness. And so you feel like you're in a bizarro world, like listening to them talk to Biden, saying the types of things that you would have heard a Democratic focus group say about Trump. Like, where is the 25th Amendment? He isn't capable of doing the job. He's mentally inferior. And like, that is the thing that I just really, as much as I've tried to understand them, and I feel like I'm getting, I have my head around how some of these other things, more extreme conspiracy views came to pass. Like, how you can then look at Donald Trump and be like, man, that guy's got it all together.
Yeah. There was, I thought, one theory that was interesting that people seem to be nodding about quite a bit, which was the idea that Biden, he was supposed to win, so he was going to win. And then the Democrats were going to use the 25th Amendment.
I thought they brought up the 25th Amendment knowing that Biden was coming in. He would probably get up there. And again, he can't read most of the time, just to be completely honest. They would invoke the 25th Amendment because Kamala Harris is who the left would really want in office, but they know she can't win her own state, let alone win an election, which would then slide Pelosi into being VP, which, like, look, some folks are bipartisan. Pelosi is not bipartisan, and there's some in her own party that, can't even stand her. So by getting Biden elected, sweeping on the 25th Amendment, and within a year down the road, they would have Harris and Pelosi in office, which is what I felt like would be their plan from day one.
I just, this is like the big thing that I just don't know how you fix. Like, the amount of information, and you asked, I think it was the Ohio focus group, about where they're getting their news.
Fox mainly.
Newsmax.
I go to InfoWars fairly often.
I really do enjoy watching Tucker and then Gutfeld just because it makes me laugh.
They're just being fed all kinds of terrible information, and there's no trust in any of the mainstream outlets. Like, how do you burst that bubble? Like that was a very frustrating element.
Yeah, and they definitely, it wasn't that they totally all definitely wanted Trump to run again.
No.
Though I would say maybe half-ish in both groups were kind of interested in the idea of Trump running again.
Why don't you want to see Trump run again?
Because we'll lose. Because they've already turned him into a Hitler, and they're saying that January 6th was his fault. There's no way he can win. Zero.
For 4 years, it was just, how do we kill Trump? And it was insane. I've never seen anything like it. I just think he's too divisive for this country. I do like his policies,
but is that Trump's fault or the news media's fault?
No, it wasn't Trump's fault, but he just is that type of,
because he's the guy that gets stuff done.
He does, but at the same time, he's also going to not get things done because there's too much of the pushback from.
He didn't win in 2020. Now, again, I'm not going to argue. I know people feel one way or the other on how he didn't win, but I feel he didn't win. So I'm not sure if he would win again.
He's not a crook and a thief.
A lot of them were looking ahead to other people, but when you start to throw names out about 2024 possibilities, there's really only one name that comes up consistently. And who is that?
Ron DeSantis.
Always.
DeSantis, I'd be absolutely for.
I think a good ticket would be DeSantis and Kristi Noem.
He's soared up the rankings to now in the top 10 in death per capita in COVID. And I guess that is the kind of experience that these voters are looking for. Who can be the meanest to the libs while the body bags start to pile up in their state? There is no positive news coming on this front, which is something that we all knew. There are a lot of reasons for Trump, a lot of things he did that brought about his popularity within the party. But one of the main ones is that he was the one who was on their side against the baddies. Whether the baddies are the libs or the big tech elite or the media or illegal immigrants, whatever it is, Trump was on their side. That is what they're looking for, period. And so when you start listing off other names besides DeSantis, the only thing that they're looking for are people that are checking the box on their side, right? Like if it's a Nikki Haley, yeah, she actually does okay because she came back into the fold on Trump, right? Like if it's Mike Pence, now he's down, right? If you start mentioning media figures like Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens, like that person or Tucker. But if you start mentioning anyone that is not doing the signaling game, they don't respond to it. And so that's it. They have policies that they care about. And that's the thing about this, that it's important for people listening to this to understand is these are not just completely deranged people who have no grip on reality. These are people that have had strong views about regulations and some issues that we talked about. But when it comes right down to it, the top 1, 2, and 3 thing is, are you on my side? Are you willing to fight these bad other people, with the bad other people being their fellow Americans? That's just it. And so I don't know how, at the end of the day, if Trump would decide to run, how anybody else could outdo him on that front, right? And so while you're right, there was some encouraging amounts of the group, maybe half in both groups, maybe a little less than half, saying that they thought that the party should move on. But Trump didn't get half in 2016, right? He ended up in the high 40s. And so high 40s is plenty in order to be a nominee again. So, how can a person corral that whole group without sending a signal? It feels like immediately once you step your foot forward and say, I'm going to try to corral that group by being opposed to Trump, then you've put your foot forward as saying that you're on the other team.
I do really agree on this point. There's a poll floating around right now. It's a straw poll from Mackinac Island where there was a group that gathered and Trump, I can't remember, he just got slightly over half from the group. And people took that as a real sign that his influence in the party, or people are trying to interpret
LOL.
it. Yeah, as his influence in the party is waning. And I just always look at these groups and say, okay, so 50% of just about every group wants Trump to run again. Okay, well, he'll win a primary with that. And that's pretty consistent with the polls that you see, where you get Trump with roughly half or a little bit more than half from Republican voters who want him to be the nominee. And then Ron DeSantis is there with his 25% or 20%. And then after that is a bunch of people splitting up, 10, 8, 2. Tim Scott's name sort of comes up in almost every group as somebody that people would like to see run.
I would love to see the left try to figure out a way to say a DeSantis and Tim Scott ticket is racist.
Right. Yeah, it's almost wanting to use Tim Scott as a troll. I'm sure Tim Scott really appreciates that. That if somebody who ran against Trump in 2024 and you can imagine tried to criticize him rather than running against him as I'm just like Trump in every single way, except I'm not quite as old or polarized or whatever.
Call it the Chris Christie gambit.
Yeah. Like if somebody runs doing like that. But if someone actually ran and said, I think Trump was wrong on a couple of things, I think we need to move forward, and he did some great things, but he also did some poor things. I would say in these groups, there was 2 in the Georgia and 1 in the Ohio that would be attracted to that message, which might as well be 0. And I guess I'll take the silver lining where I can, but he's still their guy.
Right. Okay, let's jump into the Senate races in both states and the candidates. And let's do Ohio first. So I started by laying out sort of the 3 top candidates, Josh Mandel, J.D. Vance, and Jane Timken.
I don't think we have a great candidate at all.
I agree.
I think it's going to be one of those situations where you've got to pick from the 3 turds and hope to God everyone unites behind one of them, because I don't think that there's a great candidate that's going to run out there. I don't think the right is going to unite behind Josh Mandel. I don't think he'll get enough of the moderate Republicans to win it. I mean, he'll get the far right, which is fine, but I don't think he'll get that middle ground, which you have to take on either side in order to win.
I've never liked Josh Mandel. I've had acquaintances who went to school with him and heard a lot of bad stories.
Did anything strike you about their responses here?
Mandel is the one everybody knew about. I did think it was interesting that somebody had a personal story about Josh Mandel. I was hoping that we could draw them out of their shell a little bit, but they felt like they were walking up to the brink of sharing a nasty anecdote about Josh Mandel, but then kept it to themselves. I just think that there's some tension among you have your dyed-in-the-wool MAGA folks who are not thinking about that. Owning the libs is their most important thing. Then you have this kind of second category of people who do want to be a little bit more strategic with their voting and, were turned off by some of Trump's worst qualities. And now, they're sort of faced with this decision again in miniature in the case of somebody like Josh Mandel, who's just doing a bad Trump shtick, right? And so it's okay, well, I'm not getting the things that I like about Trump, which is these people think he has charisma. Our listeners might not, but that's what they think. So they're not getting that businessman charisma nonsense, but they are getting the things that they don't like as much about Trump, which is that he's going to turn off certain swing voters, be polarizing. But there is a tension there within the coalition that I think could be exploited.
One of the things that was amazing to me in the Ohio group was that several people said that they would vote against anybody that Rob Portman endorsed.
I'm disinclined to support someone who Portman endorses, because that to me is the kiss of death. He's such a rhino. He has betrayed our state and our country with some of his voting. So if he thinks someone's good, I'm going to take a real hard look about how bad they really are.
Portman, kiss o' death. Because when you look at somebody and you say, I don't want to have anything to do with anything that insane radical wants, it is Robert Portman. He's just too much of a lefty for them. He did everything that Trump wanted for 4 years, but just not with the fervor that they desired. So I don't know, maybe Rob Portman should do us all a favor and endorse, maybe a joint endorsement of Mandel and Vance. I don't know what the favor would be.
I mean, one of the things that struck me, this used to be Kasich country, and they have elected the governor right now. DeWine is a pretty centrist figure as Republicans go these days, and they mostly hate him, and they mostly hate Kasich. I mean, they basically say Kasich now works for the other side, and they feel like
one guy said they think he must be getting paid.
Kasich is basically went against Trump and kind of shifted aisles, right? Side of the aisle. I can see DeWine doing that, honestly.
I love Kasich back when he was senator or congressman when he was trying to balance the budget when nobody else was. I was a fan of his back then.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. Probably got paid off, right?
Mm-hmm. The moderate-ish people in the party are absolutely not what these voters want. They're just not.
I knew Kasich was going to be seen as the devil incarnate, but I expected DeWine to at least get like a 50-50 review in the group. And it was not. Like literally the one woman who defended him, like her defense was like, he's got a tough job, and I just think he's doing the best that he can. Like there were no like glowing endorsements.
What do people think about DeWine?
Not a fan.
No.
He reminds me of
a lot of credibility the last few months.
He looks like the guy on the Mad magazine.
He would never be my pick for anything further unless it was, I don't know, the governmental equivalent of Biden or Kamala Harris running against him for governor. And so,
is there anybody who likes DeWine?
I don't hate him.
There were a lot of times when, media tried to get him to trash Trump, and he never would.
Okay, let's move over to Georgia, because Georgia is almost, in terms of the candidates, you've got a sitting senator in Reverend Warnock, but his was a special election, and so he's up again in 22. And down there, Trump has endorsed Herschel Walker. And this was a very pro Herschel Walker group. And you are a real expert in Herschel Walker. But there was some amazing responses. So at one point, the moderator brings up the fact that Herschel Walker has a real colorful past, that at one point he went on the Howard Stern show and talked about something he did from time to time was play Russian roulette with himself with a live bullet in the gun.
Where were you when you played Russian roulette?
I was at home because I love competition so much.
How many times did you play that?
I've done that over 6 times. And, and that's when I was going through this competition that I just love competition so much.
And here's how they reacted.
The Russian roulette, I'm not sure how long ago that was, but I'm assuming he could stop that now.
He keeps winning. I mean,
you're a winner, baby, Herschel. He might have finished 7th in The Apprentice, but undefeated at Russian roulette. And,
Mitch McConnell made news recently by saying that he is warming the idea of Herschel Walker. Now, there was obviously a lot of Republicans, I think, again, we'll put establishment in some air quotes, but who thought, okay, well, Herschel Walker's not going to win the primary. We're not going to let that happen. My guess is that the internal polling on Herschel Walker's through the roof.
You have to recognize the low information about Senate races from people who are just not political obsessives. So Herschel Walker's reputation is as a football player, is as a guy that has shown up to some Donald Trump rallies, right? Like they might have seen him give a scripted speech for like a minute before Trump spoke, and like that's it. And so their just impression of him is like, this is a football guy. He was common sense enough to be for Donald Trump and good enough for me. And so I think that the Democrats should be deeply concerned about this race. You have to remember that Warnock lost the first round and won the runoff narrowly, thanks mostly to Trump's all-time self-own. And so if you have a guy like Walker that can win all the Trump voters, and then can just pick up some casual voters who like have a negative sentiment towards Democratic control in Washington and don't really pay attention close enough to know all of the details of Walker's stuff. And like, the Russian roulette and the like, that all sounds a little unseemly, but it's like from the past, like that one woman said, and he's not going to do that anymore. That might be enough of a coalition to win without even winning back enough suburban red dogs who have moved over. But despite the fact that he is just completely at or even crazier than Donald Trump, the idea that there's just sort of this warm sentiment toward him in the state that could add to the Senate crazy caucus is concerning.
I'm not a football person, as you well know, and just like I was not an Apprentice watcher. But I remember doing the focus groups back in 18 and 19. I was like, always like, do I need to go back and watch the show? Because so many people referenced The Apprentice, and it was like they felt like they knew Trump, and it was how they had this idea that he was this, carefully curated businessman. And I think with Herschel Walker, he enjoys a lot of name ID and just kind of a history in the state of just love from being this great football player. And I think there's a lot of Democrats who think, oh, give us Herschel Walker, he's beatable. And look, I think he is beatable. And I think he will do a lot to help build a broader national narrative about how really outside the mainstream some of the Trump endorsed Senate candidates are. But I just also wouldn't underestimate how much goodwill he's got in the state.
Yeah. And this is going to be an off year midterm. People do not watch Senate debates like normal people. A Senate race in a state like Georgia, and it's going to be run with television ads and on Facebook, right? And so, like, part of the thing that makes Herschel so crazy seeming is, like, when you watch his interviews, he just seems patently crazy. There will be a certain category of voter that is just not going to see that, right? And that they're going to know Herschel from his reputation and from the scripted ads that they see and from the positive disinformation they have from the insane Facebook feeds that they follow. And so, I think that could be a recipe that works for him that might not work in, say, a governor's race.
Speaking of governors, they weren't that hot on Brian Kemp.
Is anyone going to support someone else besides Brian Kemp?
If there's somebody better, I sure will.
I don't think anybody threatened death upon him, so it was a step above Brad Raffensperger. What was his threat to Raffensperger? What was the exact? He thought he should be hung.
How do you guys feel about Brad Raffensperger? Does anyone like
he should be hung?
Hung, yeah. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, Tim, I think just to tie it all together, what's your ultimate takeaway for sort of future of the Republican Party and where it's all headed?
Oh, I couldn't be more negative about that because, the thing is that there just is not any appetite for wanting to recognize the flaws that happened under Trump and wanting to change them. And that's the thing that's just the most disheartening, because when you watch these groups, I would be encouraged, even though I would not necessarily be on their team, if the entire group was people like the one guy who was like, we need to move forward. We need to care about others in our community. Like what Donald Trump did on a couple of occasions was, completely uncalled for. But, I still liked some of his policies. Like that two-step, it wouldn't be where I would go. That wouldn't be a party I would join back up with. But I would feel much more comfortable about the trajectory we're on. And like that is just a minority view in these groups. And the opposite is really true, that Trump was treated unfairly, that he didn't do anything wrong. And that's a pretty dark place to be headed.
Okay. Coming up, we're going to move on and talk to some Democrats. So if your blood pressure has been high through some of these, I'm not sure if it's going to get much better, but we are going to talk to some different types of voters. And
do we get to do an AOC group? Do we get to do a climate justice, a full Justice Dems group?
Well, I am extremely interested in the splits that are happening in the Democratic Party as well. And I'm interested to see whether on the left people, how they view Biden in terms of how he's doing and what they're thinking about looking ahead, both on the Senate race side and for 2024.
That's exciting. This one can be sponsored by Volvo. We can have some lattes. You can have a New Yorker tote, and we can just kind of hear what people are saying down there at the hipster coffee shops in mid-sized cities.
Okay. Well, Tim Miller, thank you so much for joining us this week on the Focus Group. Bye, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Focus Group podcast, where we are bringing you behind the two-way glass and discussing what voters are really thinking. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of the Bulwark, and today I'm here with my best friend, JVL, Jonathan Last. You may know him from The Secret Podcast, and if you do know him from The Secret Podcast, you know that he has very strong feelings about focus groups. JVL, welcome to the Focus Group.
Thanks, Sarah. Great to be here. I'm ready to play. Let's go.
We're doing Democrats this week. We've spent our time on center-right voters, swing voters, conflicted voters, pure MAGA voters, but now it's time to turn our attention to the Democrats. With Joe Biden's polling slipping perilously, especially with independents, but it seems across the board, we wanted to check in and see how this group of Democrats from Pennsylvania was feeling about Joe Biden these days. And I'll say off the top, not great is how they're feeling, right? What was your immediate reaction, JVL, to kind of overall how you felt like these voters were feeling?
Worse than not great. This is a group of voters who run the spectrum from pretty progressive, Bernie types, to pretty moderate, and every single one of them thought that things were not going great. And I would say the combination of people's outlook upon what the state of the country is, combined with their outlook on the type of job Biden is doing, combined with their outlook on what they think about Joe Biden personally, is very, very ominous for Democrats writ large for both 2022 and 2024.
Yeah, I was really almost caught off guard by how negative they were feeling. Now, I understand, right? Like COVID, and I would say COVID kind of hangs over the whole conversation. Right up front, we always ask people to tell us, hey, how do you think things are going in the country? And this is almost always the most revealing answer. You learn a lot in the first 15 minutes of any focus group as people sort of tell you just how they're feeling about things. And the words that you hear as people are describing, you know, how they feel like things are going in the country, they are using words like slow.
I think things are moving slower. I think almost a standstill with anything getting done in Washington.
Like promises not being kept.
I haven't seen, what was promised. I just think it's bad.
I'm really tired of the, COVID excuse for everything, it seems like right now. And so I think it's kind of more of the same, overpromise and underdeliver in politics in general.
The things that they were citing as problems were things like inflation.
But I would like inflation to be like a little more controlled, okay? Because everything's like doubled in price in the last year. And it's, in my opinion, going in the opposite direction than we were, quote unquote, promised.
Inflation is good being a problem. Bought a case of water, used to be $5, now it's $7 and something. It's hitting pockets, my pockets.
One gentleman talked about not being able to buy a car.
The supply chain is broken. And so getting supplies for everything. I have a huge car dealership near me, and they said it'll probably be June or July of next year before they're restocked on new cars.
The word that kept coming to mind as I was listening to them was that Jimmy Carter word, malaise. They just feel things are stuck and they're not optimistic. And that to me feels like COVID as an overarching issue. But man, you go into the midterms with feeling like that, just that overall malaise, that's not great.
I listened to them, talked a lot about, as you said, they want COVID gone, they want the supply chains fixed. Not a single word about infrastructure. Not one word. No, I'm deadly serious though. They
I know.
So the Biden administration and Democrats have spent the last 5 months on infrastructure, and this seems to be a group of people who, these are again Democratic voters who have no interest in it. It didn't even register to them to know that this is a thing that is happening, or to say that they would like something like that to happen. It just struck me that if this group is indicative of feelings within the Democratic base, then the Biden administration is wildly out of step with them.
So Joe Biden's not getting any credit for the major bill that he passed. And this, to me, from a messaging standpoint, is the total difference between Republicans and Democrats. Donald Trump walked into office and ripped off a bunch of executive orders and then talked about them constantly. You'd find people like Jim Jordan who would just be able to tick off 15 things.
Taxes have been cut, regulations reduced, unemployment, the economy growing, Gorsuch and Kavanaugh out of the Iran deal, embassy in Jerusalem, hostages home from North Korea. But it's an amazing record in spite of the Democrats being completely against the president.
They took the immediate wins, and by wins I mean just Trump signing executive orders, and they just plowed them into the brains of their voters to say, see, he's doing good things. Joe Biden also signed a bunch of executive orders. Joe Biden also did a huge COVID relief bill that had a bunch of stuff in it. Joe Biden did give people a child tax credit where people were just being given, I don't know, a couple grand if they have kids.
Per month. I mean, enormous. I'm glad you brought this up. The child tax credit, which is maybe the most transformative thing done for middle class families and working class families, and frankly, even upper middle class families. The most transformative thing to be done for their lives in 20 years at least. And nobody mentioned it. It is as if it didn't happen.
So we know that they're not aware of Joe Biden's victories, which I think I put on Biden and his team. Like, they just haven't been able to break through with anything positive that they've done. But then going back to your point on infrastructure, this signature achievement that Joe Biden hopes to make, that miracle of a Senate infrastructure bill where they got 19 Republican votes, they should have put that in their pocket, passed it through the House immediately, and just started telling people what was in it and how good it was for them.
I actually don't think the infrastructure bill passing would help him with this group. They seem not a single mention of bipartisanship. They do not seem to have at all give Biden credit for trying to bring Republicans on board for something. It validated to me that they don't care at all about process and don't even know about process. Another word we did not hear once in the entire focus group was filibuster. Mm-hmm. No recognition that this is, why is it that we don't have student loan forgiveness? Why is it that we don't have a single payer option? As if these people have no earthly idea why it could possibly be that they just haven't passed these things. It's because they don't know about process, they don't understand process, they don't care about process. And part of Biden's hopes for infrastructure is that not only will the bill spread some money around, but that he will get credit from voters for lowering the temperature and returning to politics as usual and bringing, showing that Republicans and Democrats can work together. And I don't know who that is meant to impress, probably people like you and me, but it isn't going to impress voters.
Except that that's not what's happening. So let me make 2 points. One is, it's not that I think they care about infrastructure per se. It's the impression overall that things are moving forward and that they're notching wins. There was a woman, she expressed this explicitly, that they feel like they're lurching from crisis to crisis.
Would like to see more of a, hey, this is our plan for the next year, and it includes A, B, C, D, and E. But it's all like, oh, there's a fire over there. Let's focus on that. Forget about everything else that just happened over here. And, oh, something went wrong here. Let's focus on that.
To me, that's it, right? It's just this, they need an overall sense of the forward momentum.
Yeah, I guess. So the Biden administration has not been lurching crisis to crisis. It has moved with very deliberate speed, with a very deliberate agenda. The one thing which looked like a crisis was Afghanistan, but even that, they were going to pull out of Afghanistan. That was on the roadmap for them the entire time. And by the way, only one person in this group mentioned Afghanistan. Everybody else just silent about it. Another thing people didn't mention, not one word about vaccines or vaccine mandates. It just struck me that everything that people in Democratic politics think that they are doing in the world and think that this administration is working on has not broken through with any of these voters. It creates all sorts of dissonances where you have the progressives who don't like that he isn't giving them all of their progressive stuff, and then you have the moderate Democrats who don't give him any credit for not doing all the progressive stuff. And I guess that at the deepest level, the question about the Biden administration is he leaving both sides just disappointed enough that they'll hang in with them? Or is he disappointing both sides enough that he's going to lose both of them?
Look, I'm just going to quibble on one point about the crises, which is that it's Afghanistan kind of dovetailed with the major resurgence of Delta. And I think that people feel like those converging crises, yes, you're right. There was one person who sort of just off on his own brought up Afghanistan, but a lot of people brought up inflation and supply chain. And so like the economy as it relates to COVID in general, those are the things that were hanging over people that make them feel this kind of malaise. The thing that was the most shocking to me, nobody mentioned Republicans. Nobody brought up Trump.
So this is absolutely shocking to me. When you do your Republican groups, they constantly talk about Democrats, right? It's all the Democrats
Constantly.
are evil, the Democrats, blah, blah, blah. This group barely mentioned Republicans. I think Trump's name came up once or twice, but only in passing. When they blame Biden for not doing things, there's literally zero mention of Republicans. No mention of there being, 50 Republican senators. No mention of Republicans being intransigent on voting or failing to confirm all sorts of cabinet positions. I found myself wishing that you would do a Republican focus group, Sarah, where what you did was you made them watch these Democrats. Because it strikes me that the residual memory image that Republicans carry in their heads of Democratic voters would be blown to smithereens by seeing these actual Democratic voters, right? They think of Democrats as being a bunch of commie Antifa types who just want to change everything real fast and who are propping Joe Biden up. And seeing Democrats who are really only care about the economy and don't mention Republicans at all, are not interested in destroying the Republican way of life or having plural marriage and satanic church worshiping services. I think it would kind of blow their minds. I think to a large degree, the Democrats we saw in this group are living in the real world. Now, I think it's a stupid vision of the real world, and I think it's a view of the real world which is painfully childish, but still is the real world. And the Republican groups you get live in some alternate universe where America is sliding towards communism and the damage done by Biden in only 8 months could never be undone. And we need to take our country back, and maybe we'll need to take up arms and stuff. We just have voters who live in two totally different alternate universes, and I don't think anything good comes of that.
This is such an important point. The asymmetric both enthusiasm among the Republicans are ready for a revenge tour because an election was stolen. I mean, you do these MAGA groups, people are mad. These guys are like, it's so annoying, nothing's getting done. The only time Trump was really coming up is when we asked specifically the question, did you vote for Joe Biden or against Donald Trump?
I didn't. I'm like everybody else. He wouldn't have been my first candidate. He wouldn't have been my first choice. I firmly believe that the Democratic Party just put Joe Biden in there because they thought he would be the one to win.
Yes, I, voted for Biden, but at the end of the day, you pick the lesser of two evils.
This was kind of bad for Biden, too, because there were far fewer people who were affirmatively voting for Joe Biden and much more, they did no more Trump. But they just didn't hate Trump.
Absolutely did not hate Trump. But the other thing which I kept noticing is almost every time they talked about Trump voters, the people in this Democratic focus group were alibying the voters.
Like, I live in Westmoreland County now, very different than Pittsburgh. It's like Trump country. And I understand why a lot of these people fell for, I'm going to save your jobs. I'm going to save your income.
That's why a lot of people voted for Trump. He represented something that was different. Whether it was good, different, or bad, different, it was not the same old, guys that have been in politics their whole life trying to get to be president.
Again, the difference is in image, right? So the Republican voters think that the Dems are out to destroy their way of life. And the Dems are like, yeah, I understand these Republican voters and things aren't great, and almost no conversation about Republicans. They don't see Republicans as bad guys. They don't see Republicans as the enemy. They don't even see Republicans as obstructing the Democratic agenda. They think that all the failures are simply the failures of Biden to press a button harder. There is no negative partisanship on that side. It's as if negative partisanship is a superpower available to only one party. It's like both a power and a curse, right? It's bad because it's poison and it gives you brain worms. But on the other hand, it's really, really good in terms of driving turnout.
When Chuck Schumer was giving his speech on the Senate floor about the debt limit being raised, he was lambasting Republicans for it. And Joe Manchin was very upset with him. I guess Mitt Romney went and confronted him about it. They didn't like that he was blaming Republicans. Republicans blamed Democrats at every step for anything Donald Trump couldn't do. It was it is seeped into their brain that the Democrats were obstructionists and the media is on the Democrat side. You could see why Schumer was doing it, because clearly they understand they have not done a good job of defining Republicans as the obstructionists, because people are blaming the Democrats. They're not blaming Republicans. And that is a problem for them politically.
One of the things you you hammer a lot is the media diet. And it turns out to be very, very useful to have a series of propaganda outlets, right? Because that's basically what Fox and Newsmax and the Epoch Times and OAN are. They're just straight propaganda. And you have, the liberal media, like, our CNN and MSNBC and the New York Times, the Washington Post. Do they tilt a little bit to the left? Yeah, sure. Sometimes they tilt more to the left than they should? Probably, sure. But they aren't propaganda outlets. They're actually media outlets. They're just flawed media outlets in the way that all media outlets are flawed. And when you have propaganda that you can push to people, you can establish a party line in a mass market pretty easily. And when you do not have that, then you are caught as an outside actor. You're a Democrat, and you have this mediating filter between you and the people. And this mediating filter is like the New York Times and CNN, right? And when those things don't just do your bidding and try to push your line relentlessly as if it is the only gospel truth 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it's hard to get your message across. Much harder. Again, this is the advantages of being the minority, the advantages of being at 45% with a pretty cohesive, pretty unified coalition of people who are mostly the same age, mostly the same race, live in mostly the same kinds of towns, mostly go to the same kinds of churches, mostly watch the same things to get their media diet from, and those things are not actual journalism, but are just propaganda outlets. It's pretty easy to establish salience with the voters and to establish a message to the voters. And there are some other points about it, which is that there are big advantages to being in the minority, but having your coalition be uniform, right? So you have a smaller number of people, but everybody's in your coalition is basically the same, right? You're all rural white Christians, right? And if you have that, it's very easy to hold those people together. The Democratic coalition is a majority coalition. It's 50, 51, 52% of the country. But it's made up of lots of different people. You have 38-year-old gay tattoo sleeve guy who just cares about having his college debt retired. You have African-American woman who would like to know why we haven't fixed the donut hole in Medicaid and Medicare, right? You have the guy who's a small business who's concerned about supply chain issues. It's just, you have a very... Diversity is weakness. We talk so much about diversity being good, and there are many ways in which diversity can be good. But when it comes to having an electoral coalition, diversity is a weakness because you have to keep everybody on board, and that's very hard to do, and the Democrats are not doing it well right now.
Oh my gosh, this is such an important point. I do so many groups with Republicans, and they are mostly white. And they mostly all say the exact same thing about everything. Somebody starts to bring up a point and everybody nods. Yep, that's exactly how I feel. The Democrats, you started asking them about, like, what did they care about? And it was a bunch of different stuff. And they just had different policy priorities, different things that motivated them.
They're different ages.
And they're different ages and races. Yeah. And it was funny because, the one guy, it actually came up when we were asking about Pete Buttigieg.
I mean, if it's not very obvious from my voice and the way I look, I'm part of the LGBT community, and I think him being gay is like one of the things that makes people think he's doing more than he actually is, because I think he's actually pretty boring and like regular and like moderate, and it would be cool to see like a gay person win something, but like, it's not enough for me. Like, you gotta just not be like, have a husband. Like,
also, he thought Pete was too moderate.
Pete was too moderate. Yeah. He did think Pete was too moderate. Okay, so everybody is down on Joe Biden. So you ask them, who else would you like to see run? Who do you like? Who do you trust in the Democratic Party? Who would you like to see run in 2024? And it was just blank stares. I mean, in the Republican groups, they all at least come up with DeSantis or Kristi Noem. Like, they've got 4 or 5 people. They're, sometimes they say Candace Owens, and that's not great. But in general, they have people that they like, that they're excited about. This was like pulling teeth. They just didn't have anybody that they were interested in.
So I've been saying this since election night. Democrats don't want to hear this, but Joe Biden has to run again in 2024. Now, this group, I think every single person in this group did not think that Biden was going to run again. I don't think anybody thought that he would run for re-election. None of them were excited at the prospect of Biden running for re-election.
For Biden, I didn't have him being a two-term president. I'm in my head, I still have him being a one-term president. I feel like he's definitely going to be just a placeholder this go around.
Will he make it to then? I'm sorry. Why? I never understood this. Why is every politician like above 70?
But he's the only alternative. Kamala Harris is not a viable alternative for 2024.
Where am I able to stick my flag and say, look what she has done, or look where she has made a committed statement on this issue? I don't have anything.
I love how she talks. I love the way she speaks. She has done terrible things to people as a prosecutor. Horrible planting evidence, people in jail for weed.
She has some crappy history, and I don't see anything that she's doing or saying that's impressing me.
And there is nobody else on the horizon. There's nobody else who has even the potential at this point in time to unite the various factions of the Democratic coalition. And however imperfectly Biden is doing it, he is still holding it together a little bit. He's the only answer. If he doesn't run in 2024, if he runs, he could still lose. If he doesn't run, the Democrats do not have a shot at holding the White House.
I'm a hard disagree on this point. Hard disagree. The level of negative enthusiasm for Joe Biden, I think, is deadly already. I think it's going to be deadly for the midterms, and I think it would be deadly for Joe Biden in 2024. People, including the Democrats, think he is too old. I mean, these people couldn't name somebody that they wanted to run, but there are people in the Democratic Party who are popular, who are governors, who I think, are in their 50s and 60s, who could run in the wake of Joe Biden.
If you say Gavin Newsom, I throw down my headset and walk off.
Nobody who's dated Kimberly Guilfoyle is ever allowed to run for anything. They would never in my endorsement. I do think it was funny. I'm not gonna repeat it too much, but there was somebody who brought up grooming.
Why not find someone who might be younger before the next election and groom them? They don't even have to be a certain party. Yes, they'll lean one way, maybe the other, depending who grooms them more. But at least at that point, we'll know they're real. They're not just talking in the couple months that we see them on TV and then probably never see them again.
I mean, in my head, because I think it's a perfectly reasonable point, but that is Pete. Pete was given the post that Biden meant to hang his signature domestic achievement on. Right. He's over in transportation, which was going to be the mechanism for infrastructure implementation. That was supposed to give him a big platform. And Kamala Harris has immigration, which is about the worst polling thing that Joe Biden is going on. But were you surprised that there were no takers on Pete as a next gen person?
No, I don't think Pete has a constituency outside of, as you said, like neoliberal blog readers. Outside of Noah Smith and Tim Miller, there are no people who are actually interested in Pete Buttigieg as running for president. Which is a shame. I like Pete fine. No, the person who is groomed for the job is Kamala Harris, but she just is not popping. This is, you see this in sports all the time, right? A highly touted first round draft pick who just never is able to transition. And if she doesn't get right real fast, then you are stuck with Biden-Trump 2024. And I honestly, if you asked me to bet $100 on what the matchup for 2024 is, I wouldn't even hesitate to go Biden-Trump.
Dude,
No? You disagree?
I think with the margins that we're talking about, you do not want a rematch between Biden and Trump. Not when Biden now has a record that people feel this crappy about. I think it would be a disaster.
I think it's likely to be a disaster no matter who. I mean, get ready for Trump's second term. This is just where we're headed. The thing that surprised me most about this. So I'm not surprised that none of them were jazzed for Biden. I was surprised that there was no reservoir of goodwill for him as a human being. The sense of the group entirely was, he's just another politician who lies.
But he also just, like every single person when they run for office, just lied a whole bunch. Told people he'd do a bunch of stuff. And then once he was in office, it's like, sorry, I didn't actually mean I was going to cancel student debt. I didn't actually mean I was going to do this.
Did that surprise you?
I think that it doesn't surprise me because I've done a lot of groups with, and especially with swing voters, and I've done some Dem groups since he's been in there. And I would say before there was some cautious optimism before things kind of fell apart this summer. But I think one of the things that I heard early on is that it's all about what you promise. And Joe Biden ran on this, we're going to unite people, we're going to end COVID. And I think that it's really because he's invisible. I mean, this is what people say. They're like, they just don't see him. They don't feel like he's leading. The empathy that he ran on, which really did pop in contrast to Donald Trump's sociopath, narcissism. People don't see that right now. They don't see a Joe Biden that is uniting the country. They don't see a Joe Biden that is a healer of America's psychic wounds. They don't have that sense that their lives have gotten better and there's constantly messaging in their ear about the decency of Americans and the promise of a new day. They feel like things felt like under Trump, just without the blaring in their ear and the tweeting.
I don't know that I fully agree with what you just said. I agree in large part, but the stuff about people getting what they were promised, there was a moment where Maria, who's a young voter, who was 19 in 2016, and she talked about not voting in 2016. She didn't bother to vote. She came out to vote against Trump for Biden. And her literal line is, she says,
great, they handled COVID not too horribly. Okay, yes, you got a vaccine done. You did something and good. So, okay, you did something semi-positive.
I've been saying this to you in our conversations, that I did not think that Biden is going to get any credit for COVID going away. When COVID goes away, it's just going to be like, great, we're back to par.
I agree with the getting back to par, but I still think it's enormous. It is necessary, but insufficient to get back to par. Like, you've still got to do it because these are Democratic voters and they feel miserable. But I'm glad you brought up the fact that she had not voted before. There was a bunch of these people. So she had not voted before, but some of them, so like some of the more progressive folks actually identify as independents, which should be a good reminder to everybody who thinks that independence means centrists, because this guy is an independent because he does not think the Democrats are progressive enough. And he said,
but I voted for Jill Stein knowing full well she would never be president. When PA went red, I was like, oh, I made like a big mistake.
This is why part of my argument to Democrats about why you need to go get these sort of future former Republicans, the swing voters, those people vote in absolutely every election. And if you can make them a permanent part of your coalition, that is a really good idea, because these folks are not reliable voters.
Can we talk about that, gentlemen?
Yeah, we can.
Because they were talking about, and this is when I say they live in reality, but they live in a child's version of reality. This gentleman who talked about how he learns things from 25-year-olds all the time. And
maybe a 25-year-old would be better than a 70-year-old. At least they have fresher ideas. They've grown up with the internet their whole life. Like,
I just thought, fire up the Falcon Heavy. The idea that, like, all the wisdom comes from the mouths of babes.
Do you know what I kept thinking about when he was doing this? Did you ever watch Parks and Recreation?
No.
Okay, well, there's a guy on Parks and Recreation where he is, he's got some mid-level job in government, but his backstory is that he was the youngest mayor ever elected to whatever his town was when he was 18, and that he took all the town's funds and he spent it to create an ice town.
Newspaper headline was "Ice Town costs Ice Clown his town crown."
It's the idea of, like, politics of this should not be left to children, of which I think 25-year-olds, yeah. I want to ask you, though, about the Senate race in Pennsylvania, because I got to tell you, I am a firm believer that going into 2022, that it is better for the Democrats to nominate Connor Lamb, who I think would be broadly appealing, and in a state like Pennsylvania could beat a Trumpy guy like Sean Parnell, who's currently out there trying to, put a gag order on his ex-wife so that she can't talk about what a scumbag he is. They sort of knew who Connor Lamb was, but these folks all preferred John Fetterman.
I really liked Fetterman. off the get-go.
Yeah, he feels a little performative to me in terms of positioning himself, but I like his platform better than Connor Lamb's, but that also makes me nervous about electability.
One of them, the kid who loves the 25-year-olds with all their wisdom, said that he thought that Fetterman's work in helping get people out of prison would help him with the Yinzer vote.
I think someone like Fetterman might actually grab the Yinzer vote. And from what I understand, he's on the board that helps people get out of prison, and that would give me hope.
I just thought to myself, have you guys not seen any political ads running around right now? Do you not understand that crime is like a top-of-mind issue for the Yinzer vote? Like, what?
I'm not offended at all as somebody from Pennsylvania that you're just calling us Yinzers, but that's fine.
It's a term of art. It's a term of endearment. Besides, you're central PA. Yinzer's more north of Pittsburgh, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more Western PA, but you know, whatever. We can claim it all. I live squarely between the Eagles and the Steelers.
So we'll see. But I think the Democrats are in a world of trouble, and to the extent which they do not seem to understand that as a party, and there is no sense of urgency, and they are dicking around with reconciliation and infrastructure and these bills which have no salience and no connection to the lives of people, instead of throwing all of their weight into doing unpopular things, they're going to change the leverage of the system, like adding states. Adding states. That's the only thing that matters, right? Add states, change the Electoral Vote Count Act. Those are the only two, start battening down the hatches and boarding up the windows, because there's a storm coming. And the best thing that the Democrats and Biden could be doing is trying to build in some institutional firewalls for when Donald Trump gets sworn in on January 20th, 2025.
Yeah, I went into this focus group knowing that there would probably be some disappointment with Joe Biden, because we're just watching the poll numbers drop precipitously. I believe his trust numbers, like, do you trust Joe Biden, have dropped 10 points.
He's underwater on trust now.
So I expected that. I think what I didn't expect was the fact that Republicans didn't come up, voting rights didn't come up, all of the things that you and I kind of preoccupy ourselves with as, well, they've, got to put Trump on the ballot, and they've got to be thinking about voting and, amending the Electoral Count Act. It is nowhere close to anybody's radar. And that's not just a problem for Joe Biden's approval rating. That is a problem for 2022 and for 2024. Like, I saw a lot of deep-seated trouble. This made me feel like it's way worse than I even thought.
Yeah, I think it is. And there is, again, with no negative partisanship to prop up Biden's floor, there is no appetite, at least in this group of people, to rally around Biden and say, well, just because the Republicans are crapping on him, which is different than what you saw when Trump was president. When you were near Trump, there was always people there making excuses for why things were bad, or deciding that they were going to make the case that things weren't so bad. COVID's not so bad. Everything's fine. It's only 100,000 people dead. It'll never be more than that. I find this admirable in a way, that these people are not interested in making excuses. They are clear-eyed. They're not living in a fantasy world where everything is perfect and, Joe Biden never makes mistakes or anything like that. And they aren't interested in propping him up just to spite a bunch of people who they hate. This is something you and I talk about a lot. Democracy doesn't work with only one healthy political party. If one of them is sick and one of them is toxic, then it doesn't matter how good the other one is. The system can't work.
I don't agree with that exactly. I think that the best thing to do under those circumstances is to welcome a new coalition into the dominant party that is defecting from the toxic party, in this case the Republicans, so that you build the biggest, broadest pro-democracy coalition possible, so that you can defeat categorically the toxic Republican Party, and that through relentless defeat and complete living in the wilderness without power, that eventually that party reforms itself and you go back to having some equilibrium and some decency in the parties.
The Constitution of the Electoral College and the Senate, and the way in which our country is set up and our electoral system is set up, make that impossible. You can't get to a big enough majority to make a party non-viable when one of the parties is rural. We just hand too much power to the square mileage.
Well, JVL, I think we're going to have to leave it there. But if you would like to hear JVL and I debate more of this in a more intricate and constant fashion, you should sign up for Bulwark Plus and come listen to us every week over on the Secret Podcast, where he and I have this fight pretty a lot. JVL, thanks for watching a full focus group. And I got to say, I thought you were pretty well behaved.
Thanks, Sarah. Bye.
Bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Focus Group Podcast. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of The Bulwark. And today we have something a little bit different. We've done several weeks in a row where we've watched a focus group and then we've talked about it. But, after I did the last focus group of Democrats, and it was a downer, I wanted to explore a little more what is happening to the Democratic Party. So I decided today that we were going to turn to one of the most interesting pollsters, commentators on the left, David Shor, somebody who I read religiously. He's at the center of sort of an ongoing debate right now about what the future of the Democratic Party could and should look like. Hi, David.
Hey.
Tell me, what affiliation do you use? Do you just how do you say this is what I do and this is my job?
I'm a data scientist at Blue Rose Research, which is a group that we recently founded. We do a lot of consulting on messaging and ad testing for progressive campaigns.
Cool. And you consider yourself a progressive?
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell me how progressive you are. If we were screening you for a focus group, which is how we find people, we ask people if they consider themselves a moderate, a progressive, very progressive, a socialist. Where would we find you on the screen?
I'm a DSA member, so probably most of the focus groups would throw me out.
They would throw you out. You couldn't even get in. David, one of the reasons I started doing focus groups was because I could tell that something was changing in the Republican Party, that the voters were changing, and I didn't understand them anymore. At least that's certainly how I felt after the Republican Party nominated and then elected Donald Trump. But the Republican Party, it is changing. The people who are in it are changing. But that's also happening to the Democratic Party, right? There's this broad political realignment going on. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. I think the most important change, both in politics here and frankly, politics around the world, is something that political scientists call education polarization. If you go back to the 1970s and the 1980s, Democrats did terribly with college graduates, but then generally their base was kind of, people without college degrees, which at that point were the overwhelming majority of the electorate. And if you, flash forward to 2012, there's been a lot of realignment, but Barack Obama still did very well among working class white voters, particularly in the Midwest, relative even to Democrats who had come before him. And the big change from 2012 to 2016 is that there was a massive shift on educational lines, that college educated voters probably moved something like 10 to 20 points over the last 8 years toward Democrats, and non-college whites have gone in the opposite direction. There's a lot of examples of, counties all around the world. It's funny, Pennsylvania has a bunch of them, like in southwestern PA. There are counties that voted for Mondale and then also voted for Trump. And if you look at places like eastern Iowa, places like northern Michigan, you have these places that have been either Democratic leaning or maybe they had been 50-50, where Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton, get like 20% of the vote. And so this shift happened from 2012 to 2016. But then I think the interesting thing is that when you go from 2016 to 2020, a lot of people assumed Joe Biden, salt of the earth, working class cred, that this would reverse a little bit, that there would be like a little bit of mean reversion. But what actually happened from 2016 to 2020 was that, non-college whites stayed basically where they were. In some places we did worse. In some places we did better. Non-whites trended against Democrats. African Americans probably about 2 to 3% more Republican than they were in 2016, while Hispanic voters were about 8% more Republican than they were in 2016, which is, quite a bit, and why Florida, trended against us. But that was all counterbalanced by Democrats doing nearly 7% better among college graduates. And, this is like the big reason why suddenly we're doing a lot better in Arizona and Georgia. But the flip side of that is that we're now doing places like Ohio and Iowa, once either strongholds or, once either battlegrounds or part of the blue wall, are now so Republican that it's almost impossible for any Democrat to win a statewide race. So yeah, I'd say that's the big shift, that basically since 2012, Democrats have done substantially better among white college graduates, which is a group that Obama didn't even win, and have done worse with basically everybody else.
Yeah, so this is my theory of how, and you know what, I think you and I might be on maybe sort of opposite sides of this politically, because I'm a rhino, right? Who one of these sort of moderate Republicans who is being sort of finds myself, because of these shifting ways that the parties, I think, appeal to people. I am not interested in sort of this culturally MAGA Republican Party. And I can find a centrist Dem like Joe Biden. It's certainly, in terms of how he campaigned, palatable. And I think Joe Biden did pick up a lot of voters, and my work centers around how do you persuade sort of these Romney, McCain voters who are what we would consider either future former Republicans or red dog Democrats now. But those are the people who kind of, at the end of the day, they push the election for Joe Biden, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the only bright spot for the last 8 years. I mean, there are a lot of problems, big picture with this trade that, Democrats are making, and that the, one issue is that the kind of people, like you, who have been trending toward us live in the wrong places. Basically, the group of people, there were, as I said, a ton of people who have switched over. Like, it's funny, if you look at the Atlanta suburbs, there are places where, Romney got 70% of the vote, where Joe Biden also got 70% of the vote. And it's really been a massive swing. But the problem is that, generally speaking, they live in affluent suburbs, mostly on the coasts. Democrats are doing a lot better in California, or at least were until the bottom fell out with Hispanics. But there aren't that many, Romney Clinton voters in like Montana or Ohio or Wisconsin, or there aren't as many. But yeah, it's absolutely true that without this, we definitely would have lost. I'm glad people like you, we're going and doing this, because otherwise we would be in a very dark place.
But do you like the fact that as people like me infiltrate, the edges of your party, that the party is electing people like Joe Biden and not people like Elizabeth Warren?
Well, what I would say is, if you look in the primary, I think this is an indictment of my party for what it's worth. At my old employer, we had like an internal staff primary, and Elizabeth Warren got 75%. And then the runoff was Bernie Sanders. I have not, in my time professionally working in politics, I did not meet a single person in 2019 who supported Joe Biden, who was not literally on Joe Biden's payroll. And, I think it's a real issue that if it was up to the consultant class, we would have picked someone who almost certainly would have lost and been in a very dark place. But the thing I would say is that there's a happy confluence between, your interests and mine here, in that, Joe Biden was elected, largely speaking, his base was working class white people, African Americans, not Hispanic voters. Bernie did very well with them. He won with a multiracial working class coalition that just happened to not include any liberal white people who work, young white people who work in politics. And I think that's bad. It's an interesting thing where in 2019, when we saw basically a lot of Democrats embrace things like reparations, like legalizing opioids, like decriminalizing border crossings, we were trying to understand, why is it that political campaigns are doing this? And I think what was really interesting was that, originally we had this theory that maybe it's just something that's good in the primary and bad in the general. And so we went and we did experiments on a bunch of different messages, over 2 million people in this experiment, so that we could figure out for every issue, like what's good in the primary, what's good in the general. And, what was interesting is, for the most part, in the real world, the median primary voter is 58 to 60 years old. A very large fraction of them, the majority of them, are either moderate or conservative. It's a bare majority, but it's true. And so actually what's good in the primary, just from a pure voter perspective, is for the most part pretty similar to what's, good in the general. There are like a couple of exceptions. Obviously talking about Obamacare helps you in the primary. In the general, it's like kind of neutral. While, marijuana legalization is good in the general, there's a lot of young Republicans who really want to smoke weed. And in the primary, there are a lot of old Black women who don't want to legalize weed. And so, but for the most part, they're basically the same. And so that raises this question of why was there this march left where the entire Democratic Party establishment, except for Joe Biden, were pushing out the most left-wing ideas possible. And, I think the story, talking to people, is that there was this thought that if you get a bunch of activists, like who are incredibly left-wing people, excited about you, they'll talk about you on Twitter. The people who run MSNBC will mention your name a bunch of times. And that's actually how you win a Democratic primary. Is you just need to get, the media to mention your name a bunch. But I think it does highlight, that I'm sorry if I'm going on to a tangent, but it does really highlight, this big gap between the people who actually run the party and then the voters who pick party leaders.
So we talked to, these are all voters that live in Pennsylvania, a critical state where this political realignment is kind of happening exactly in real time, right? So in 2016, Trump wins Pennsylvania by about 40,000 votes. In 2020, Biden wins Pennsylvania by about 80,000 votes. But these are squeakers. It's a big state, way bigger turnout you get in 2020 in Pennsylvania. So to me, looks like places like Bucks County, the suburbs of Philadelphia, places that used to be, relatively red, filled with these college-educated, right-of-center independents and Republicans, are now Biden voters, right?
It's interesting. Pennsylvania, it's about an R+2 state. And, this is one of the very scary things about American democracy, that you have to win by, Joe Biden got 52.3%. And had he gotten 52%, he would have lost Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, and then lost the presidency, which is terrifying. But what's interesting about Pennsylvania is that you kind of have these two different groups that have gone in the opposite direction and almost canceled out, where you have all of these people in the Philly suburbs, which is where a very large fraction of the state lives, that historically were moderate Republicans, Arlen Specter Republicans, who now have become shockingly Democratic. Down ballot, it hasn't totally filtered down yet. There you see there are Republican state legislators in very, very, Democratic districts. But there have been something like 20 to 30% shifts in the past 8 years in a lot of these places. And over, a 20 or 30 year range, it's even more. But the flip side of that is that you have working class areas. The most notable is like southwestern PA, where there's historically been a lot of mining and manufacturing, but also, places like Scranton, which is, where Joe Biden is from, places like Erie that have seen, 20 to 30 point shifts against us. And, they've largely canceled out. But what, the good news is, what happened in Pennsylvania specifically was that Joe Biden had these massive gains, in the Philly suburbs, and then basically managed to hold even, and in some places even improve a little bit in a lot of these rural areas. And that's why he was able to win.
Yeah, I will just say for the record, so I'm from Pennsylvania. I am from the suburbs of Harrisburg. And one of the things, the district that I'm in is actually Scott Perry's district. I'm now a coastal elite. One of the things that was interesting to me about that district is that it went for Perry, the Republican congressman, by 6 points, and it went for Trump by 3 points. And it was these people who voted, they were Republicans, they voted down ticket for Republicans, but they could not vote for Trump. And they switched their vote. And in fact, in this focus group, we had one Trump to Biden voter. And it was just, she sounds like every Trump to Biden voter I've listened to in any group, which is just like, I was sick of this guy. So, and interestingly, she was a Democrat. These were all Democrats from Pennsylvania. She was a Democrat, but she voted for Trump again for reasons that I hear over and over again. He was a businessman, and I thought maybe he could do something interesting. Didn't sound like a regular politician. But Pennsylvania is a place where a bunch of people were willing to kind of take a flyer on Trump, including people who are, and I think this is one of the reasons it's difficult to poll Pennsylvania, is that there are plenty of registered Democrats who would vote for a Republican and plenty of registered Republicans who now would vote nationally for a Democrat like Joe Biden. Because like you say, in Western Pennsylvania, outside of Pittsburgh, these coal mining countries, these are where you just see people who've historically been unionized Democrats who are now culturally very much Trump kinds of Republicans. And so one of the things that struck me about this group is that they have this strong sense of, hey, I don't think Biden's doing anything. Like, they really feel like he made a lot of promises that he hasn't kept, and he wasn't necessarily many of their first choices. But it seems to me, and this is one of my big complaints right now about Joe Biden and the Democrats, they seem to have a theory of the case that if they pass big bills like the rescue plan, and they, kind of throw money at people and say, here, we're going to materially improve your lives, that they're going to get credit for it. But from talking to so many voters, Republicans and Democrats, their messaging on these bills is almost non-existent, to the point where I feel like they would be better off passing much smaller bills that say, here is a child tax credit, and then banging the drum on that over and over again so that people understand what they're getting. Because listening to these voters, it was clear that their sense was they weren't getting anything and that the promises weren't being kept.
The historical context for midterms is that traditionally, whatever party controls the White House goes and passes a bunch of, controversial, unpopular legislation and then gets annihilated in the midterms. And, this happened every 4 years, almost without fail. 2002 is one of the only exceptions. I think the positive thing I would say for Democrats is that, so far the one really big bill that they passed, super popular by all accounts. But then, and then when it comes to the second round of legislation, there hasn't been, even though it might end up containing a lot of things that would in the abstract be controversial. I mean, who knows? I don't know what's in it yet. And that's like one of the big, maybe one of the problems or maybe one of the advantages. But I think that it's an interesting strategy that Biden isn't in an Obamacare situation, because the reconciliation bill has been this like postmodern vehicle that doesn't mean anything to anyone. And so I think that there are some upsides to that strategy. It's possible that it will allow them to like pass a bunch of different things. And, obviously the reason why they do the big bills versus the small bills or the legislative constraints with the filibuster, it's kind of remarkable, like how much, like as a political consultant, a lot of times I'm like, why are they doing things this way? This seems like it's dumb from a PR perspective. And the answer is, involves the parliamentarian or something. And so it is like a real problem. But the flip side is, the flip side is that, as you said, you go through most of the months without any real political news or knowledge of what the agenda is going to be. And so I understand why the White House did things the way they did. And it might be the best they can do under the circumstances, but it poses real problems. Like the real open question is that we're going to know what's in the reconciliation package soon. And, hopefully there are things in there that people care about so that we can go and brag about it. But it is super interesting.
Because I was pretty surprised how the way this group talked about Biden didn't sound that different from some of the sort of center right groups there. And I'm skeptical listening to, like, they just say, well, he made a lot of promises and I'm not seeing anything for it. And I don't know, when you spend trillions and trillions of dollars, what you imagine, and I think Biden's theory of the case is that will, materially filter into people's lives in a way that they will feel. And that means that in the midterms, they will just rehire these people because they're benefiting their life. When I listen to these voters say, what's he doing for me? I'm not getting anything. I constantly strikes me that I'm not sure that theory of the case is correct. And this goes to your sort of general thesis, which is that it seems to me that Biden is working hard to win back these white working class voters, right? That they still want to go after the Obama Trump voters. And Joe Biden in particular thinks, well, these are my people. I'm from Scranton. I understand how to appeal to the working man, white working class voters. And if I run on a message of raising taxes on people who make over $400,000 and, we're going to give them lots of stuff, that's going to bring these people back. However, again, just going back to this idea that it doesn't sound to me, listening to voters, that's their experience. And then even more so that it turns off these college educated voters who are sort of like, I don't actually love all this spending. What do you think about that?
I think in general, what I would say is that a lot of people overrate the importance of materialism in politics. It's, I guess, a little bit academic, but something I think is really striking about the 2012 to 2016 shift was really how much it was driven by education and how much it wasn't driven by local economic conditions, by income. That, it's funny, obviously Trump did gain a lot of ground in places like Indiana, places like Michigan that have seen, a lot of negative, a lot of deindustrialization, a lot of other negative economic effects. But it wasn't, the Midwest is not a monolith, I guess, as they say. Like in Eastern Iowa, they were exporting a lot of soybeans to China. And so, unemployment rate was as low as 2%. In like the Grand Rapids, exurbs, that there was a lot of furniture manufacturing also exporting to China. So like a lot of these places were economically doing quite well. And a lot of places on the flip side were doing quite poorly. And once you adjusted for the education levels of the area, the places where the economy had been great under the Obama era actually didn't swing any more than the places where it was where the economy had done worse. And so I think that does really strike at the heart of how a lot of people, especially people who work in politics, want politics to work. We really want politics to be this game where we go and we cleverly design these policies that improve people's lives, and then people vote for us for it. But I think that those effects, if you really squint, can be there. But I think that most of politics, like if you actually, look more into the 2012 to 2016 swing, it wasn't about the material circumstances of who these people, that these people had gone through. It was about the values that they held, attitudes on whether or not you trust the people around you, attitudes on race, on gender, that I think go a lot deeper and can't really be fixed by sending somebody $300 a month.
Yeah. So this group was comprised of 3 progressives and 5 self-identified moderates. And this group was all under 60, but even the moderates weren't that pumped about Joe Biden. In fact, everybody was pretty down on him. And it seemed clear that, while Biden wasn't their first choice, he was the consensus choice, because if they all had a major priority in 2020, it was getting rid of Donald Trump. These were people who sort of felt like they were voting less for Biden and more against Trump. But one of the things that really struck me was asking them about who they thought the nominee should be in 2024. And they had no picks. They didn't like Kamala Harris. There was almost nobody in the group who thought that she should be the future party. And as we were pressing them about, well, what about, there's this huge group in 2020 of Democrats who ran in the primaries. You don't like any of them. What about Pete? And interestingly, one of the guys in the group said, hey, look, I'm a gay progressive from Pennsylvania, but I don't like Pete because I think he's basically too sort of centrist, neoliberal. Somebody said, like, let's start over. Can we start over with somebody brand new? It left me feeling like Democratic voters, which has this pretty unruly coalition they've got to wrangle, needs a consensus candidate like Biden in order to win national elections and appeal to these college-educated voters. But there's this younger part of the party that also really doesn't like these consensus candidates. So how does the party reconcile that?
It is true. There are really big age divides in both the Democratic and Republican Party. If you just look at what people care about, like among Republicans, the old Republicans care about inflation and the young Republicans, care about abortion, or, among Democrats, young people care a lot about climate change. Older people care a lot about Medicare. These divides also match ideological divides on racial resentment, divides on a bunch of different values. One statistic I love is that white college graduates under the age of 34 are about 4% of a general electorate, but they're literally a majority of people, as one of them, who works in American politics. And so I think it's a really hard thing. And this gets at what the struggle is, because I think the struggle is different than people make it out to be. It's not the Democratic primary voters want this and the general wants that. It's a different problem. It is that the people who donate to Democratic campaigns are super, super educated and super progressive. The people who work in campaigns are super young and super educated and super progressive. And the journalists who cover them, for the most part, are also super young and super progressive and generally highly educated. And I think that, the country has been moving in a progressive direction in a lot of ways. The country has been getting more educated. It's been getting more secular. Clearly, the country is the left of where it was on a whole host of issues 20 to 30 years ago. But people who are highly educated, who live in cities and who are young have moved much more. People who run the Democratic Party have always been like young and whatever, but college educated young people have gone from being in 2004 roughly as Democratic, or in 2000 roughly as Democratic as the country overall, to being a group that's like 30 to 40 points more Democratic than the country overall. And I think that's the struggle. But, to be clear, the struggle is that all of the people who set the discourse and run the Democratic Party are really tired of this consensus. And, they have enough influence in primary elections, to now win some of the time, though Joe Biden got through. But it is this struggle, because at the end of the day, the median voter is a 50-year-old without a college degree. And we're a couple decades away from, my faction actually being able to impose their will, on the median Senate state without having to make any compromises.
I guess if I were watching this focus group and I were part of the Biden team or even the Dems generally, I would be pretty alarmed. They are saying things that I hear come up in the Republican focus groups all the time. They're worried about inflation. They are very sick of COVID not being under control. I mean, a lot of people were talking about all the supply chain issues. They can't buy a car, the person, there's no service at restaurants. They feel like life isn't getting back to normal. And so there is just this general, everybody, when I asked for letter grades on Biden, everybody gave him a C- or lower. They have nobody that they're excited about for 2024. You have these razor thin margins in states like Pennsylvania, where the people are that we're talking to. And sometimes in a group, you hear what people say, and that's important, but also what they don't say is important. And so something that just really jumped out at me was that over the course of almost a 2-hour focus group, almost nobody brought up Republicans as stymieing Joe Biden's very good faith effort. And I have this theory, and you can tell me what you think of this, that going into 22 and then 24, and in 24, Trump may literally be on the ballot, but in 22, I think that Donald Trump is on the ballot for Republican voters who believe that the election was stolen, who feel enthusiastic about going out to vote as a kind of revenge tour. They have this idea, contrary to popular belief that Trump's claiming the election was rigged, that's going to diminish turnout. It actually creates a sense of, well, we've got to turn out in such large margins that the Democrats can't cheat. So there's a lot of enthusiasm on the right. But Trump he's on the ballot for the people he attracts. I feel like he is not on the ballot for the people that he repels, for the people who turned out in droves to vote against Donald Trump, but who feel pretty lukewarm about Joe Biden right at this minute. What kind of dynamic does that set up going into 2022? And how are you thinking about 2022?
Yeah, what you're describing is the typical midterm story. If you blindfolded me and asked me, I don't know, in December of last year, what was going to happen, I would have, described something like that. I think that it's not super clear. There are a lot of countervailing forces, just when I'm thinking about 2022. When it comes to turnout specifically, what normally happens is, first of all, historically, Democrats have just turned out at lower rates than Republicans. But then the other point is that historically, the party out of power always has better turnout. The people in the party are like, we got the bad people out, and they demobilize, and everyone else is very angry, and so they mobilize. The only thing that cuts against this is that, I spend a lot of time talking about the wonders of the 2012 Obama coalition, but one of the disadvantages of the Obama coalition was that because he did so much better, with young people than old people, and so much better with non-white people than white people, and also, did better with working class people than educated people, that is not a coalition that is well set up for winning midterm elections or local elections. And so really, whenever he wasn't on the ballot, Democrats just got slaughtered. In 2014 in Nevada, because there wasn't a competitive governor's election, suddenly, they lost control of their state legislature for the first time in like 80 years. And so there are problems with that kind of coalition. And one of the bright spots of Democrats now relying much more on educated voters and people like you, and a lot less on working class voters, is that, college educated suburbanites show up to vote in midterms a lot more than other groups do. I'm going to be looking really closely at Virginia. I think in 2017, the relative enthusiasm of Democrats and Republicans to vote in Virginia ended up basically being what happened in 2018. So, I'm not saying whether we win or lose, governors races are very noisy. There's a Democratic governor in Kansas and a Republican governor in Vermont. But like in terms of the relative turnout, that's something I'm going to be looking at, because there is an optimistic story you can make for 2022. And there's a pessimistic one too. And I'm not, this is something, if I had to guess, I think 70% chance the bad story is true, 30% chance the good story is true. I think the good story for Democrats is that even though, Joe Biden's approval rating has gone down, I think if you look at it pretty clearly because of Afghanistan, if you look at the timing, the House generic ballot has not moved. So far, the Senate polls that have come out have also looked pretty good. And, in California, basically Democrats ended up exactly in line. And, we've seen in special elections, Democrats are, they've taken a little bit of a downturn, but it's at least even. And so you can tell this story that maybe polarization is so high now, and maybe Democrats have this like built-in, this demographic turnout advantage in midterms, that, things are just going to be kind of stable. And then, we repeat the 2020 result, which, to be clear, would make everything a toss-up because of gerrymandering and all that other stuff. But I think that there's a case for that. The counter case is that, every single midterm, except for 2002, in the past 70 years has been very bad for incumbents. And if you look at it, generally speaking, the party that's in power will poll pretty well and then just consistently decline. Like if you kind of looked at historic patterns, you would expect Democrats to decline about 4 to 5% of the polls between now and election day. And, I think there's a good case that this time could be different. Polarization's a lot higher. We have these structural advantages and all of this other stuff, but it's kind of unclear which one of these things we're going to go. And I think that Virginia is probably going to be one of the first tests, and also will tell us a little bit about what is happening to education polarization one way or the other.
Well, here's another thing to throw into the mix specifically about Pennsylvania that I think complicates this scenario that you're laying out, which I agree with, which is who the candidates are for these sort of center-ish right voters who are trending towards Democrats. Well, now the candidates who are up. And so just to take your California example, I think one of the things that really helped Newsom in California was that Larry Elder became branded as a very Trumpy kind of crazy right winger, and it gave Newsom somebody to run against, because if he was just going on his own record and it was just a referendum on him, that wasn't as great for him. And it's one of the reasons that Dems were kind of worried for a minute there. But then once Elder kind of emerged as this avatar of Trumpism, it became much easier for Newsom to kind of run away with it. But Youngkin in Virginia, which I'm also watching closely, is doing currently somewhat better with these suburban voters. And so I think that election could be slightly closer, even though I don't think somebody's won statewide Republican since like 2009 or something. So I think it still goes in McCullough's favor, but I do think that Youngkin can very much overperform Trump in Virginia because of these suburban voters. And so in a place like Pennsylvania, I would put forward a theory that a Connor Lamb does better in a general election. But if you listen to these voters, again, 5 of whom identified themselves as moderates, there were no Lamb takers. It was all John Fetterman, who's the lieutenant governor and is a bit of a progressive character. He's kind of bald and looks a little bit like a Viking, and, runs on kind of a gay marriage, legalized marijuana, but and just generally cuts a very progressive figure. And so it seemed to me that, and they also did just his name ID seemed higher. And so, but I worry and wonder about whether or not a John Fetterman would do as well as a Connor Lamb statewide. What do you think?
One of the big challenges is that nobody in Pennsylvania, most people don't know who Connor Lamb is. He only represents a very small chunk of the state. Just the way that you win Democratic primaries is that you get your name mentioned a lot in the news. It's really as simple as that for the most part, especially if you're looking at kind of these like low profile Senate primaries. One of my favorite ads was by this guy, Walter Dalton. He was the Democratic nominee for governor in North Carolina in 2012. And he ran against McIntyre, who was like this conservative Democrat. Everyone expected him to lose. And he won. And his ads just literally were various people of various backgrounds repeating his name. I think they said his name like 36 times in 30 seconds. And, that's how you win. But, I think it's interesting because it highlights a very, very different brands of politics where Fetterman, I think, ideologically, presents himself as progressive. He endorsed Bernie in 2016, if I remember correctly, but tries to brand himself as like kind of a working class figure, physically he looks the part, but, also, in terms of how he talks, what he talks about. And the flip side is that Connor Lamb is like more moderate, but it's kind of what one of my friends likes to call like a bright young thing, like in terms of the bio that he has, it's almost Pete Buttigieg like, even though he's ideologically moderate. I think is very smart about how he picks his issues. And so a lot of this comes down to what political scientists call symbolic representation versus policy representation, which is just like a nerdy way of saying, how much do the issues matter versus how much does branding matter? And I don't know the answer to that question. It's one of the, it's a really important one because I do think given the way that the Senate works and everything, one of the challenges of our time is how do we get working class people to support Democrats at higher margins than they do right now? And maybe the answer there is to be more moderate on a variety of policies that are important to people. And I think that's an underrated part of the picture. And probably part of the answer is to find messengers who are more plausibly appealing to working class voters. But to be clear, I'm not claiming that that's John Fetterman. One of the dangers with all of these things is that maybe John Fetterman just looks like maybe John Fetterman is like what an educated person thinks that working class people want, as opposed to what working class people want. I don't know. I literally, I haven't done a ton of Pennsylvania specific research, and I'm not saying anything bad about either of them. But I think that's kind of the question: is on these two directions, how do we do better? And there's a lot of open questions.
Hey, I want to kick the tires on your theory. So Pennsylvania and Ohio always to me seemed like kind of similar places. But Ohio's really moved in a red direction. It was like Trump +9 in 2020. It is no longer a purple state, I think, exactly for the reasons that you've outlined in terms of these demographic shifts. But what happens when you put somebody like Tim Ryan against a Josh Mandel? So, and I'll just tell you, just going to your point about name ID, because Josh Mandel is running around behaving like a lunatic all over Twitter. When I just did an Ohio focus group a week or so ago, they all knew who Josh Mandel was. A lot of them didn't know who J.D. Vance was, certainly didn't know who Jane Timken was. And so if you have that dynamic where you have a Sherrod Brown like candidate, and Sherrod Brown's obviously the last Democrat to win statewide office in Ohio, wonder if he would win again when he's up. But do you think Tim Ryan has a shot?
I think the danger is just that federal races have really polarized a lot. To put math terms in it, in 2008, the correlation between Senate vote and presidential vote was 0.71. And in 2020, it was 0.96. These races, it is very hard, to do these things, to outperform presidential races now. And, to be clear, midterms, since Trump isn't on the ballot, I would expect, a state level Democrat to do better than Joe Biden did, and for things to be a little bit less polarized. And I think that Tim Ryan probably has the right ideological profile for getting through things. But, this is kind of the danger, is that, something I like to say about, Heidi Heitkamp was that, Barack Obama lost in North Dakota, but he didn't lose it by nearly as much as Hillary Clinton. And if you start at 45, you can be really charming and work your way up to 50. But if you start at 30, there's nothing you could do. And, luckily, I think that Joe Biden got around 45% of the two-way in Ohio. So it is conceivable that like the very best candidate running against the very worst candidate could win. But that's basically what it would take.
When it comes to somebody like Pete Buttigieg, who I guess I would argue feels to me like he's being groomed a bit. He was put at transportation, where I think Joe Biden hopes that his signature policy achievement going into 2022 is going to be around infrastructure. Pete's the guy, gonna sell that. And there was actually somebody in the focus group was talking about this. They're like, they were really saying, why aren't the Democrats grooming sort of a new generation of candidates? And I would argue Pete Buttigieg very much is being groomed for that. But when I asked about Pete specifically, there really weren't many takers. And actually, the person in the group who identified himself as gay said he did not think America would vote for a gay candidate. And you think a lot about these cultural issues and how they tend to cut against the left. What do you think? Do you think that a gay person can win even a Democratic primary at this point, or a national election?
One of the things I would say in Pete Buttigieg's favor, it's really hard to compare to know candidate quality. And in political science, it's like one of the hardest things to really study. It's easy if you are an elected official and you have the election results, you can compare against a baseline. But for someone like Pete Buttigieg, who even at his peak, maybe like 20%, 25% of the country truly knew who he was, it can be really hard. But one data point I really like to look at was kind of the presidential polling in Iowa shortly after the primary. This is a little unusual, but basically there were a bunch of Iowa primary polls that also asked general election stuff. And it's a really interesting case because in Iowa, everyone saw a bunch of ads from everyone. Like the Iowa voters really learned who everyone was. And what was interesting was that painted a very different story in terms of the relative rank order of candidates than we saw in the rest of the country. In the rest of the country, generally speaking, the rank order was Joe Biden at the top, and then Bernie Sanders, like slightly behind by like half a point. And then, Harris and Warren do very poorly, and everyone else, no one knows who they are, so they do very poorly. But in Iowa, what was really interesting was that Pete Buttigieg was above Joe Biden by like a point. And then Bernie Sanders was way down actually with Elizabeth Warren, which I think reflects that his 2020 campaign was very different than his 2016 campaign in a lot of ways. And voters in Iowa knew that, and voters in the rest of the country didn't. And so, from that perspective, I think that there's a case, like Buttigieg, among people who knew who he was, he always did, very well in the 2020 polling. And I think even now, he's one of the few national Democrats who has a positive net favorability rating. It's like him and Joe Biden, depends on when you pulled it, and then the Obamas, and that's basically it. But they're a big question. Obviously there still are a lot of very religious people in this country and in the Democratic primary, and it is, I think something he has to grapple with. And this was something, that someone like Klobuchar would have to grapple with too, was, that he had very, very low support among Black voters for some good and some bad reasons. And that's just something that is hard to overcome. But yeah, I'd say he's a super interesting figure. It'll be interesting to see how that evolves.
So the other person, I think I hear in my groups from Republicans all the time, they have almost it's almost to the point where I call it a conspiracy theory about the way that they think this election was set up, where they think Joe Biden was a Trojan horse to make Kamala Harris the president, that he was going to get elected and then he's going to step down and she's going to be the president. And they also, the sort of swing voters, and then certainly the very MAGA voters, the Trump 2020 voters, do not like her at all. And in this group of Dems, they also didn't like her. And one of the things that they said, going back to this point of raising up the next generation and Joe Biden's ability to elevate sort of his predecessors or potential predecessors, is that they kept saying things like, where is she? I don't even see her. What's she even doing? And what do you think? As the VP, it seemed like she would be in the best position to pick up the mantle, but perhaps not with voters. Where do you think she stands?
It's hard to say. I think, her net favorability ratings during the actual election season were basically in line with Biden's. Obviously her debate performance, just in terms of the polling, was even, but I think substantially worse than Biden's did. I want to sidestep, what happens in 2024, whether Joe Biden retires, whatever that primary is. But I think that in terms of grooming, I think realistically, if you look at the history of the party, I think it's attempts to groom people by giving them cabinet secretary positions historically haven't worked super well, ask the Castros. I think the real question is how well Democrats do in 2022. Right now, there are a bunch of Midwestern governors who historically are like, generally speaking, the people that you want to run for president. I think we've kind of forgotten that. And right now, there are a bunch of them. And the real question is whether they survive in 2022. Because I think something that really held us back, and one of the reasons that we're in a current state where all of our political elites are octogenarians, is because all of our promising politicians were thrown out of office in 2010, like all of our promising governors. And then 2014 was pretty bad too. So I think that's kind of the big question, is if we can keep the 2022 national environment to be something like the 2021, particularly given that, the moderates that exist tend to be in these swing districts, both, House and Senate, where we get wiped out. If we can avoid that wipeout, we will have a really awesome crop of people, and this problem will solve itself in some ways.
Well, tell me who you're thinking about, because I guess I'm sort of in my head, I'm going, okay, Gretchen Whitmer, Wolf in Pennsylvania. Who are some of the other ones that you think are the bright, shining future of the Democratic Party?
Well, I think one of the things about primaries, and I swear I'm not being cagey, is just that they're actually, they're very hard to predict. There's some like Democratic and presidential primaries are like literally the most chaotic, hard to predict things out there. But I will say, big picture, the Midwest is extremely important for, who wins the Electoral College. I think one of Barack Obama's underrated strengths was that he was from the Midwest, and that, statewide elected officials are good, governors are even better. And even if you look outside of that, there is a whole host, your job, you really want to elevate moderates. Most of the moderate, like in 2018, entire generation of like very talented, educated, articulate politicians went and ran in these Republican leaning districts. And a lot of them are excellent politicians who have the right ideological positioning and are young and whatever. And a lot of them they won't be able to make a career for themselves if they all get wiped out next year. And so I'd say that that's kind of the big question in my head, rather than, trying to rank all the Democratic elected officials, which is also professionally maybe a bad job, bad idea for me to do.
All right. Well, I won't try to pin you down on that. I'll just say for my part, I share this anxiety. I mean, one of the things that I think opens the door for people like me to potentially feel more comfortable in a Democratic coalition are people like Abigail Spanberger and Alyssa Slotkin and Mikey Sherrill. But they're all, and I would love to see some of them run for president, although even if they won, they would be sort of like 2-term congressmen. So I don't know that they'd have the chops just yet for the national stage. Although, what do I know? The mayor from a small town mayor from Indiana raised his national profile by jumping in the race. So who knows what's possible these days? Just tell me, as we close out here, what is your feeling about things going into 22? I mean, you hear from a group like this, not feeling so hot about Biden, not having anybody that they're really enthusiastic about. What do you think you'd like to see the Democrats do strategically to win in 22 and to position themselves for 24 when Trump might actually be on the ballot again, just to be in a position of strength? Whereas right now, I guess I would say they're slightly in a position of weakness.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're holding up better than I would have expected a year ago, and I think that that's at least good. I would say that politics is not, in some ways, complicated. I like to say that the trick is to run on popular policies that people care about and talk about it using language you can understand. And I think that Joe Biden's a really great messenger for Democrats in terms of his ability to, talk to regular people and use language that people understand. But one of the big questions, obviously there's, all the big questions of, is COVID going to get fixed? Is the economy going to get better? Or, are we going to see catch up growth? But I think, one of the things that is under our control is, hopefully when all of the legislating is done, one way or the other, that we end up with concrete things that people care about. Because I do think, understandably, we only have legislative trifectas every 15 years or so. And so a lot of people like me care a lot about, expanding the welfare state and child tax credit and all this other stuff. And the thing it's fine for us to spend some of our political capital on things that we care about, even if they don't pull, super well. But I think my hope is that we still manage to do some things, like it's you have your things that you do because you think they're right, and you have your political winners. And I think it's very important to not mix those two things up and pretend that one is the other. And so hopefully there ends up being stuff in there that people, genuinely care about and that we can campaign on.
So do you think that passing reconciliation is essential for 22, or do you think just doing regular, the old-fashioned infrastructure bipartisan bill is sufficient?
I will say, I think one of the biggest misconceptions that I think people have in politics, especially people like me have in politics, is this idea that actually people want bold change. I think if you have a clear-eyed look at the history of politics, there's a Republican governor in Vermont who is polling at 70% and a Democratic governor in Kansas. And the reason is that they previously had predecessors who did try to implement bold, sweeping change. And status quo bias is, I think, like the single strongest force in American politics. And so, from that perspective, passing nothing at all might be better. But, obviously, there's a lot of uncertainty about the future. And as a Democrat, I'm glad we're trying to do things to help people.
Well, David, thank you so much for stopping by. And hopefully we'll talk to you again soon. Thanks so much.
All right. Awesome. Take care. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Focus Group podcast, where we are bringing you behind the two-way glass and discussing what voters are really thinking. I'm Sarah Longwell, publisher of the Bulwark. Today, we are discussing the Virginia governor's race between Republican Glenn Youngkin and Democrat Terry McAuliffe. We talked to a group of undecided independent voters from Virginia. And to discuss this group, we have the great James Carville. James, thank you so much for being here. And tell us, where are you right now? What are you doing?
I am in Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. I bought this lot from the great Pete Fountain in 2013. And now
I see that you're drinking a glass of wine. Did this focus group drive you to drink?
I like to have a little glass of red wine after I have lunch. And it's good. And it's like $18 a bottle. Charles Smith. And I will put that in against any $50 bottle of Cabernet you can get anywhere.
Well, even at 18, it's too rich for my blood. So, James, I got to ask you right off the bat, because you are a legend in politics. You must have done and sat through lots and lots of focus groups. What do you think of focus groups? Like, how do you use them as you sort of strategize politically?
Right. Yeah, I sat through one, and I first of all, allow me to compliment you. You're actually pretty good at this, all right?
Oh, thank you.
I mean, you really are. You can do it. So one time I was doing a Senate race in New Jersey, and the focus group said, well, James, why don't you do one? And of course, 5 minutes into the focus group, I started arguing with people, which is not a good idea. We're just factually incorrect. I don't know, you don't know what you're talking about. That was the first and last focus group I ever did.
So let's dig into some of what we heard from this group. So there was 10 people. When we kind of asked people where they were leaning, they were Democrats. They were, leaning towards Terry, except for one guy who was definitely sounded like he was going to vote for Youngkin. Right. And it was almost entirely due to this comment about the schools.
I'm also married to a teacher. At first, I was pretty certain I was going to go with McAuliffe. They don't want to see public funds diverted from the public school system. But the more that I've heard some of the discussions around how parents don't belong in the classroom, those comments didn't weigh on me particularly well. So I'm probably on Team Youngkin.
Here's what struck me. It seems to me that both Youngkin and Terry McAuliffe have zeroed in on the thing that really does work with the voters that they want to attract. That McAuliffe, his working to tie Youngkin to Trump is good. I mean, that was explicit from so many of these voters where they said, if this guy is tied to Trump, I want nothing to do with anybody who is tied to Trump, is supported by Trump.
I'm very concerned about voting for the Republican. He seems very, very aligned with Trump, and that's concerning.
I'm not comfortable with the association with Trump. That's a non-starter for me.
I just wouldn't vote for anybody who is associated with Trump because I dislike him so much.
And you're right, this Trump stuff really, really bothered them. My chief takeaway, Sarah, and I'm going to convey what I saw in this focus group to the highest levels of the McAuliffe campaign. You would have thought he was governor 4 decades ago.
Totally.
They don't remember anything from his governorship. And he's got a real list of accomplishments that he can roll out. Number one, in economic development, they expanded the franchise. They did all, health, you name it. They did it, and they gotta drive that homecoming home, I think. What I found most concerning is, because these are people that live on the ground, they thought Youngkin had a real chance.
Republicans are out for blood. They have something to prove by taking back an election that they lost on the national level. There's not going to be as much turnout. And honestly, the Democratic side, I don't think there's going to be much turnout because they've gotten over this momentous hump and put all this time and effort into a national election. And there's just not as much hype for this one.
They were super lukewarm on Terry McAuliffe, but there is this sense of Democrats have been in charge for a long time. Maybe it's time for a change.
He had his chance to be governor. He's been governor. He probably doesn't hurt to have maybe some new blood come in.
With McCullough, I don't know how I feel about him going for a third term.
Which is just kind of that general voter like malaise that you get where it's like, I don't know, maybe we should give somebody else a shot. It's this weird inner fairness that people have sometimes. And it's why when the party in power often faces these headwinds going into a midterm, because people have this inherent sense of correcting against people who've been in power too long. But you're absolutely right to focus on, he did do quite a good job as governor. I mean, it sort of by the state metrics. But can I ask you something as a Democrat? Because when I watched this group, I was sitting there thinking, I do all these Republican focus groups constantly. Right. And that's my wheelhouse. And what's crazy is no matter what state you're in, I can tell you what the Republicans are going to say. One person starts talking to a Republican focus group and 9 other heads start nodding up and down because everyone's on the same page. These Democratic groups, when I do them, you've got 3 young people in this group who are clearly progressive, who are only undecided because they're so annoyed that the Democrats aren't doing more about whatever their pet issue is, the environment, college loans.
Like Democrats, like big social issues come up or big economic issues come up and then nothing happens. Like instead of something being done about it, like they just hem and haw after months and months. And then after a while, people just get tired of it and they just go on to something else until the next crisis comes along.
We think about when we want to have children and we can't afford it because there's not an infrastructure that supports childcare costs. There's no real news about any kind of dramatic steps towards climate change.
And then you've got a bunch of these more moderate folks who are talking about how their party's gotten too extreme.
I'm a bit disappointed that Biden's not being a stronger figure. I feel he's letting some of the extremists maybe go too far.
The Democrat, they have such extreme views right now.
Now that the Democrats have control of the legislature and the governor's office, I am kind of concerned because I am a moderate. I like to be kind of in the middle of things. I don't like to go extreme one way or the other. That kind of concerns me a little bit.
How do you hold this incredibly unwieldy coalition together? Because they are all kind of meh on the Democrats because nobody's doing exactly what they want them to do.
That's the money question. So people like you that, lifelong Republicans, you had like an ideology, all right? You had a kind of set of principles that you gravitated around, more freedom, less government, lower taxes, stand for the anthem, that kind of stuff, all right? You made the key point. It's a coalition. And you got a lot of different people coming in and out of the coalition. That's the hard part, is to keep it together. But the one thing, unlike you would do a Republican focus group, if you had 10 people, 6 would be batshit crazy, right? None of these people they all had ideological quirks, but they were all sane people that had some ideas, some erroneous, but they were more or less pretty kind of mainstream stuff. I mean, you didn't bury your head in your hands anything when you were listening to them, but you're right. It's welcome to my world. That's all I can tell you. It's a different cultural world.
But this sort of goes to the central question to me in this race, which is, what's the one thing they're all agreed on? They're all agreed on the fact that they hate Donald Trump. Oh, yeah. And so Youngkin is such an interesting candidate to kind of be the first up and set the tone going into 2022. Because to me, Glenn Youngkin's always been like a Trump in the streets, but a Mitt Romney in the sheets type of character where, you know, he wears his tech vest. He's like a billionaire. He kind of appeals to some of these suburban college educated voters. But he also is trying to capture some of that Trump enthusiasm with the downstate voters. And so he hedges with some of these voters and doesn't necessarily want to be that closely tied to Trump. But then this is a broader question, but how do you keep Trump on the ballot or even keep Trump top of mind for your coalition to make them enthusiastic about going out and voting?
That's a good point. And Youngkin is not the first politician to figure this out. He wants you to think whatever you want to think. You know, he wants some people to think he's a Trump guy. He wants other people to think, people in Northern Virginia to think that he's a moderate. And he's trying to, and I'd say somewhat effectively, thread that needle. And they got plenty enough material on him to not allow that to happen coming down the stretch. You know, he's looking for a permission structure to vote for him. And you have to deny that to him. Because they say, well, yeah, he's a private, he's a business guy. He comes from the business community. He looks, he's a nice looking guy. He looks totally, he talks, it is not for mandates, but he's for vaccine promotion. All right. And you can't cede that to him. And you can see that. You can see that the Trump stuff keeps people away. And they have to keep that up and have to keep it up relentlessly because he can't win.
What did you make of how down people were on Joe Biden?
I don't like how Biden is, just how much debt he wants to incur. I don't like what happened in Afghanistan.
Biden hasn't stepped up or hasn't appeared to have stepped up as I would have hoped somebody with 40 years in the Senate could bring people together to do.
We asked everybody to give him a letter grade. It was a lot of B's, or it was a couple B's and then a lot of C's and D's. Do you worry about sort of the national mood right now being a drag for McAuliffe?
Totally. One of my notes, I go back and look at because I'm old enough, not a very happy bunch. Okay. So, yeah, that's right here in my notes. Yeah, they were not very, rah-rah. They were not excited about anything. That's why this race is going to really be close. I mean, there's a lot of, upstream swimming that they both have to do. Look, in the last 44 years, the Virginia governor when the president elected, the year later, Virginia elects a person from the other party. And that's it. The good news is the state has gotten more democratic. There's no doubt about that. But it's a pretty strong pull. And, remember, Gade got like 44-45 against Mark Warner. No one even know who he was. No shit about him. So you just start. If you give the enthusiasm of 2022 compared to 2018, it's kind of an oh shit moment.
Yeah, and I would say some of the Democrats or the progressives in the group, because these are actually independents, but some of them are independents because they're more moderate. Some of them are independents because they're more progressive. But the younger people were all the more progressive folks, and one of them was like very explicitly gave voice to this, that she felt like you were going to see much greater turnout among Republicans. And look, I've seen this in a lot of focus groups where the Republicans feel like they are out for revenge.
I live in Northern Virginia, and usually my friends and family, we talk someone will mention the election, and I haven't heard anybody discuss the election. And I just don't know if people just have that awareness that it's coming up or that they care.
No, I think there's sometimes a theory, Trump's out there kind of saying things are rigged, and sometimes he's telling people not to vote, or he's weirdly endorsing Stacey Abrams. And people are like, well, isn't that going to hurt turnout? This idea that he keeps saying it's rigged. But I hear over and over in the Republican focus groups, they are ready to go out on a revenge tour, right? We need to vote in such large numbers that they can't cheat. Whereas this woman was saying, I just worry that like 2016, there's kind of a blah feeling and that people aren't going to turn out. And what was really interesting to me, I always ask this in groups when we're talking about an actual race, was to say, well, who do you think's going to win? And the only person who said he thought McAuliffe was going to win was our guy who was going to vote for Youngkin. But the rest of them were very concerned that Youngkin was going to win.
You know, when you'd see these polling, I tell my students, and people say independence. Okay, what's an independent? Describe an independent to me. Because I can ask a question 5 different ways, and I can get you 5 different numbers. So if I ask you, are you a Republican, Democrat, or independent, I'll get 25% claiming they're independent. The way that we do it at Democracy Corps, we say, I think you're a Republican, Democrat, or what? And then when they say independent, we ask them, do you mostly vote Democratic or mostly vote Republican? The number of true independents by a more narrow definition is like 7%. With a more loose definition, it's 25%. So you got to be careful because the word independent means something different to different people. And people have a tendency to say, well, I've voted Republican in the last 10 elections, but I vote for you don't say the man anymore. I vote for the person, not the party. No, you're giving yourself an intellectual off-ramp, but you actually are. We know that you are a Republican. And we count you as that.
I got to say, I mean, these sounded like Democrats to me.
Yeah,
like, with the exception of the guy who was going to go for Youngkin, who did sound like he had, sort of a complicated checklist of how he thought about policy. He was kind of saying, look,
I voted against Trump in voting for Biden. Now, I didn't necessarily disagree with all of Trump's policies. If you looked at the policies, I could get behind the policies, but I couldn't get behind the person.
Which I hear from sort of swing voters all the time, where it's not the policies, it was the personality with Donald Trump. But
what
the rest
policy
of them,
did he have that people like? I mean, that's what it gets. I hear people say that all the time. If you think, as I did, that the 2 most gut-wrenching issues facing the United States are inequality and climate. They're just gut-wrenching. Well, he was like 100% wrong on both. What did you like his appointments? Did you like his cabinet secretaries? Well, all buffoons, thieves, perverts, anything you could think of. I mean, you really think Wilbur Ross was a good commerce secretary? Really? All right. But I'm just saying that I hear that, and of course I don't, but I want to punch someone. What are you talking about? What policy?
So I will say, I hear this answer so often, at some point I learned to start following up and ask people about the policies. The main thing they say is they thought he was good for the economy. Tell me if I'm wrong here, but if I, as somebody who was a good rhino Republican, who now thinks that the Republican Party has lost its mind and is actively dangerous to democracy, and so I'm out here rooting for Democrats, and yet I find myself constantly being like, where is your messaging, guys? Because why do people say that Donald Trump was good on the economy? Because Donald Trump and all of his minions told people every day, they just pounded it into people's heads. I'm good for the economy. I'm good for the economy. Let me tell you about jobs. Let me tell you about jobs. Let me tell you about jobs. Whereas I don't know. And I think this was really true in this focus group. You didn't feel like you were hearing people able to articulate exactly what it was, either that mattered to them as an issue or that they understood what Democrats stood for.
Now you hit me, okay? No one wants to sell, all right? They hear human infrastructure, they hear reconciliation. What is that shit? Everybody wants to be in policy. No one wants to be in sales. And you give the thing about Trump is he was always in sales. Let me give you some facts. Job growth was better in the last 2 years of Obama than it was in Trump. Do you know that California in the last 5 years have grown almost twice as fast as Texas? Of course you don't. That's just become, that's just messaging. It's absent anything, but if you repeat it enough, the Democrats, they think it's beneath them to sell. And I told a story about my mother, but she used to sell World Book encyclopedias. Of course, she never called them encyclopedias. She called them educational materials. And so I was like 12 years old, and we'd ride around South Louisiana, and she said, you always look for 2 things. You look for a bass boat and a bicycle, because that's going to tell us they got disposable income and they got children at home. So we'd knock on the door, and again, this is South Louisiana, late 50s and 60s, and the lady at the house would answer and come in. And so she would say, you got these children, these educational materials, and inevitably they'd call the husband in. because that was the way the world worked back then, right? And he'd listen to the pitch, and he said, well, honestly, Miss Carville, he's very polite. We got school starting, we got some expenses, and, come back in 3 or 4 months, and, maybe we can make a different decision. And she said, sir, I find it interesting that you can afford a bass boat for yourself, but you can't afford educational materials for your children. And then where a human being stood, there was just a quivering oil slick of a guy. And I just saw her crush. But the lesson is she knew how to pick her target. She knew how to set her target up. And then she knew how to come in for the kill. And, if you trying to tell protection people at the White House, you got this labor shortage. Get these goddamn corporations on this daycare. All right, women are dropping out the workforce left and right. I don't know why McDonald's and Walmart. If you want to get people back in the labor force, I don't know how much the percent is, but there's some women that have children that they have to look after. But if you had daycare, and that stuff works. I mean, they've gone back and studied it, and people that have had it and didn't have it, and it actually has, in addition to freeing up people in the workforce, it has a positive effect on childhood development. But no one knows that. You got to sell that shit. You have to put people out there. You got to call people when they lapse into jargon and say, what are you talking about? Human infrastructure. That doesn't mean crap to anybody. Somebody going to look after your kids while you can make money. Yeah, that's just that. They're going to like that.
How did it make you feel listening to these voters say, well, I don't know what either party's doing for me. I don't know what the Democrats are doing for me.
Right. Because we don't tell them what we're doing for them. All right. You would never know that in terms of the stock market or GDP growth or wage growth or anything else, that it's not even close. A friend of mine, Alan Blinders at Princeton, wrote a book. All right. And it is assumed by people that, well, the Democrats are better for you if you're poor or lower middle class, but if you're in the economy, the Republicans are better for you. There's everything to support that thesis but evidence. In fact, all evidence is to the contrary. But would you even know that? Of course you wouldn't, because the Democrats are talking about freaking pronouns. All right. At Oberlin College, they have a safe house for gay and LGBTQ students. And they wanted to change the radiator for the winter. And they protested because the plumbers would be cisgendered and make them uncomfortable. Well, when my toilet is backed up, I really don't give a crap if the plumber is gay or lesbian or anything. I just want the toilet to flush. I mean, that kind of, you're gonna get me started.
Just on this point, I mean, one of the women who was really, it sounded like kind of on the fence up until it was about Trump, because we showed a couple of commercials, and one of them was the Terry McAuliffe commercial that was just Glenn Youngkin endorsed, by Trump, and here's him talking about how he's like Trump. But she brought up something that I've heard. She's the only person in this group to bring it up, but I've heard it from other Virginia people, that the transgender issue in schools is something that people are worried about down there.
One thing that I don't like now, his comments about the school system. There's a lot that's going on in Virginia right now with school systems as far as policy with transgender and policies with admissions to the advanced academic placement program. So there's a lot of things that are important and that relate to politics in our government right now.
And I've heard you talk a lot about, kind of the woke issue on the Democratic side. And I would say for most of the middle-aged voters in this group who really talked about being more moderate, that seemed like that they were kind of turned off by some of those issues within the Democratic Party. How much do you think that is hurting the Dems these days?
So there's something I used to call a bias toward even-handedness. Okay, there's a bias toward equilibrium. Well, James, you got to admit, yes, the Republicans, we got a lot of crazy people. But, you've got AOC and you got the Squad and it's both things. Well, first of all, Marjorie Taylor Greene or Paul Gosar are out of their minds. Right? They're not even, but you say AOC, if your child came up to you, if my daughter came up to me and says, Daddy, I got a job, I'm going to be assistant comms person for AOC. I'd say, well, that's great. I'm probably going to meet a lot of different people. You have a good experience. A lot of, I think it's a little politically naive, but that's okay. That's fine. That's great. If your daughter comes to you and says, I'm going to be the calm person from Marjorie Taylor Greene, you blow your brains out. The whole experience, the whole thing just didn't work out right. And there's a difference between being kind of naive and kind of knowing how to get publicity or raise money on the internet or that kind of stuff, all right? And having some, what I think of just kind of impractical, taking 80 million people's private health insurance away from them, all right? I think that's kind of impractical. I think, the Rothschilds put space laser beams, or there's some woman in the Federalist saying, why is everybody against death? As a Christian, you're supposed to embrace it. It's not, they can't even agree that dying is a bad thing. I mean, that's how nuts it is. But there's always this, yeah, you're right, but yeah, we have some naive people. We have some people that are prone to say some things that don't stand up totally to scrutiny. They're nuts. They look out of their mind nuts. You can't even whoa, this Paul Gosar guy? And by the way, that's a substantial part of their caucus. That's not, that there are some Democrats that are, I think unmoored, but that's the worst I could say about them.
So, well, first of all, I would like to agree with that particular statement. I think that the mainstream of the Republican Party, we had 161 people or in that range who voted against certifying the last election. Everybody's kind of gone all in on the idea that the election was stolen. Paul Gosar, you bring up as an actual white nationalist. He goes to white nationalist conferences. It is, right. And I guess this goes back to my messaging point. I hear this all the time from Republicans. Look, I voted, Trump is a jerk, but the Democrats are really crazy. And I think what they mean is a lot of the kind of woke stuff, what they see as anti-free speech, what's going on college campuses. But it is amazing to me that the Republicans spend a lot of time focused on on defining Democrats by their most extreme members. Whereas Democrats, maybe because they're so focused on passing affirmative policy things, they don't seem to be able to demonstrate and sort of hit Republicans over and over and over again on their most extreme. And by the way, their most extreme members are now mainstream, the extremism has gone mainstream. Why can't they make that case effectively?
So Democrats are, in some order, heavily African-American. The oldest tend to vote more than the younger. Heavily suburban educated females. I think women with a postdoctor's degree, white men with a postdoctor's degree, are 82% Democratic. Right? You have some union people, public employees, that kind of stuff. Literally every time in anything remotely a contested election, remember, I call myself a liberal, not a leftist. I am not a moderate. I am a freaking liberal. Okay, I'm not a leftist. Biden ran as a liberal. All right, Warren, Bernie Sanders, you name it. They had real funding. They got every debate, and Biden clobbered them. You look into Louisiana's second primary. You're kind of a classic, with a lot of difference, but Troy Carter was a kind of city council, state house, state senate. Karen was she had Stacey Abrams in the AOC. Troy clobbered her. Look at that New York mayor's race. In New York City, the progressives rallied around Maya Wiley. All right? She lost. Pretty good. In New York City. I mean, and so they come and they win a race in the Bronx, or they win a race in St. Louis in a Cook PVI plus 35 Democratic district, and I'm supposed to be impressed. but you're right, they do a really good job, just defund the police idiocy. And then they say, well, James, you understand, it's more like defund, it's reoriented. You already said it. It's too ignorant to even think about. What are you talking about? And so they give them, and they're very good at seizing on these opportunities. And, the average Democrat is going to say, well, this is not the best. This policy is good. Let's say it this way. It's better than the status quo. I went through that when we did the Clinton economic plan. If you look in the Woodward book, I said, what are y'all talking about? My daddy used to tell me, I grew up in Carville, Louisiana, which is like, we had so far in the sticks, we had to pipe sunshine in. He said, this is the greatest place in the world. You realize we had the best climate in the world. We have the most fertile soil. Just think of how lucky you are to live here. And, I was thinking when I was like 15, how lucky I'm going to be to get the hell out of here. But, that's just not the way that you sell things.
Well, tell me, one issue that seemed to break through with a couple of the female voters that they brought up was the abortion issue in Texas.
I don't like how Youngkin seems to be standing with what's going on with Texas and abortion.
It's become public that he's got a hidden agenda, and with women's rights and abortion.
Is that something that you think McAuliffe should be leaning into in terms of, tagging that to Youngkin?
I think he's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
And remember Bridge, which I'm associated with, we got that wonderful clip of Youngkin stepping right on a landmine saying, well, I can't talk about an election, but when I get elected, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. He doesn't like the issue, and it makes people very uncomfortable. And, that's, again, this is strictly, but on the other hand, election. It's not easy for the Democrats, but they got to, this is going to be decided here in the last 2 weeks.
So going into 2022, it sounds to me just listening to you that you've got kind of, you think two things. One, you got to put Trump on the ballot, that's important. And then two, that you've got to be driving messaging home about here's the affirmative good things that we're doing for you and hitting that a lot harder. Is that going to help in 22?
To some extent, Trump puts himself in the middle. You don't have to put him there. He never shuts up. And he totally insists on being the central character in everything that happens. So you have his cooperation, all right? And the idea is to, egg him on as much as you can, because you're right, you don't, by Terry being kind of relentless about Trump, he's missing, I think, an opportunity to talk about what he accomplished as governor. But you're right. But Trump has a way. He's not going to back in 2022. He's not going silent.
So I guess I'm going to ask it just a slightly different way. Because do you think that there's a trade-off? So or is what you're saying that Trump puts himself on the ballot and that Democrats should focus more on the affirmative policy messaging around here's what we do for you, here's what we do for you, understand it, know it?
I completely agree with that. Okay. No one, 10% of the people know what is in this, whatever it is or whatever they call it.
The right infrastructure now. Reconciliation.
The human infrastructure reconciliation. All right. And, you got to get a few things and you got to get the Democratic communications infrastructure and pound them. Why are you not covering this? I watch, if I watch Tucker or Laura or Hannity, they're so much more on message than, and I know it's a somewhat small universe, they don't tolerate anything other than orthodoxy. We actually admire people who, if I want to make a headline, all I got to do is criticize Democrats. It's the easiest lay in the world. Oh God, yes. God, and you got to be careful when you use, I think the woke stuff, I knew exactly what I was doing. And I think it didn't change the whole direction, but and what was stunning is some kind of a walk-in focus group. I can tell how people react to me on the street and airports, Walmart. And the Democrats loved it. Man, I like the way I like what you said.
So one of the other points that got made by one of the young folks in the group is that he was saying, hey, look, in 2020, everywhere you looked, people were telling you to go out and vote, get out and vote. It's really important. And he said, and a couple of people mentioned this, that they're not even sure people really realize there's an election going on in Virginia.
I'm saying that I don't think, probably in the national election, you had more younger people turn out. because there was a lot of campaigning around it. Social media sites, which we are inundated with and have on every second of the day, were go out to vote, go out to vote. You know how many ads and things that I said go out to vote in the Virginia election? 0.
Does that feel right to you, or do you think they're just missing it?
Well, it's both right and understandable. So when you're leading up to a national election, every segment on everything that you read is about the election coming up in November to whatever, 2020. Only Virginia press, and they cover this somewhat because they cover national politics too, it just doesn't have the same impact if you live in Virginia. You know, everybody is aware of everything nationally. And of course that helps the out party because you could see gravity trying to pull these people away from voting Democratic and the Trump gravity keeping them there. I mean, it was just evident throughout the whole group, I thought. And if Terry wins, it'll be, and people will say, well, Biden carried by 10 and Terry won by 2. I would, that's given historical trends, I forgot what McDowell, he won like 59-41 in 2009. Remember, Gade got like 44 and change. You don't even know who he was. When's the last time you heard Daniel Gade? I had to go Wikipedia the guy. So, and Mark Warner is like perfect national, was successful governor, you know, and not a particularly, you know, overly ideological guy. Very nice guy, by the way. Just could, you know, just a principle of a person. But they did very much fit in the mold of a Democrat that should do well.
So let me ask you this. You were talking about it being a nationalized, it being kind of a nationalized environment. What do you think the stakes are for Democrats in this election? Like, what is the Virginia election going to tell us?
The effect is going to be, if McAuliffe wins, it will affect what I call R&R, retirements and recruiting. We didn't do well in these congressional races in 2020 because Liz Cheney kicked our ass on recruiting. I mean, she went out and like she was like Admiral Yamamoto. We got to they're getting rid of their best admiral, you know, and it doesn't make any sense to me, but that's okay. You know, if you see that, some people are going to say, I'm just not going to do it again. I don't want to be in a minority, blah, blah, blah. If Terry wins, of course, then you go in and say, look, people still are taking a look at us, you know. In the optimistic case for Democrats in 2022 is the virus is getting better. I don't know if it got better before. Certainly we thought in late May, early June, we were on track to beating it. And I think that had a lot to do with Biden's problems was the expectations fell short. But it is getting better. If it continues to get better, it will. And a lot of smart people say there's a lot of pent-up demand, a lot of household savings. A lot of these supply chain issues will correct themselves over a period of time. That's not an unreasonable assumption to make. It's also, I think, eminently reasonable and I think highly probable, not possible, that the Manhattan DA is going to indict Trump on multiple serious and convincing charges. The only way that they don't is that you have to think that Trump is not a career criminal. That's like not believing in gravity. Okay? So I could but if you lose Virginia, for a while, you're going to lose the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my take would be there's 2 things. One, I think if Youngkin somehow pulls this out, he provides a bit of a national model for other Republicans on how to thread the needle on Trump, which I think could benefit Republicans as they think about how to navigate Trump going into 2022. And the other thing is, I mean, in a state that hasn't elected a Republican statewide since 2009, it seems like it would be when you say lose the narrative for a while, man, that is a super destructive national narrative because it's you don't think it's an indictment of Biden? I mean, let's think about how some of these voters were talking about Joe Biden.
Right. Well, it's not a secret that Biden has kind of lost control of messaging. All right. Now, remember this, Maryland, Vermont, and Massachusetts have Republican governors. Like Kansas is kind of freak situation, but they have a Democratic governor. So in one sense, you can overinterpret this, but I don't ascribe to the fact that this doesn't say something. I think it does say something if Terry loses. And I'll give the McAuliffe people credit for one thing is, political consultants, and you've done this before, we're going to win, we're going to put together Northern Virginia, and we're going to cut into the, get 2% more in Southwest Virginia, and we're going to roll out of Tidewater with a good margin, and the city of Richmond are going to offset whatever losses we might have in Chesterfield, or, we're going to do better in Rico and all that kind of crap. They're like, no, this is close. Be scared. Be very scared. I mean, Dayton lobbied Cook to have it a toss-up. And they were right. It is a toss-up. So they didn't lapse into that normal, we're better off than you think we are. And that's, if they do win, I think that strategy was a smart strategy.
Who do you think is going to win?
If I was a betting person, of course I am a betting person, I'd lean slightly toward Terry winning. And only one of the convincing reasons is his campaign manager. The guy's really good. And the quants that I talk to, think he's got a slightly better chance than not. But not anything that I feel totally convinced about. And I think that him, Bannon coming in doesn't help Youngkin. This is one of these races where it's going to matter. You could see that in this focus group, man. The stories that come out between 9 and Election Day, they're going to have a 1%, 1.5%, maybe 2% at most effect. But that's a lot. That's going to be determinative. And they got to close hard and they got to close good. And, they can't waste a spot. They can't waste an event. They can't waste anything.
Well, I would say the good news for Terry McAuliffe coming out of this group was when we asked them if the election was tomorrow, how would you vote? You had to do it, gun to your head, that he did get 9 out of the 10. And so.
Yeah, but that's true. But, I don't know if all 9 are going to vote.
So I had that same thought. Some of these young progressives were, mad at the Democrats for not doing as much. And I do worry about that asymmetric enthusiasm.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't want to end on a downer. Was there anything else about the group that struck you that you just want to make sure we don't miss?
Yeah, I think the two things, I'll go back to what I said, is that they got to remind people of what Terry did as governor. And they got to keep Trump tethered to Youngkin. Because you can't accomplish, you need to talk about education, or, you need to talk about roads, or you need to talk about, the fact that he destroyed jobs when he was at the Carlyle Group. You got to pick and choose. And the way I would pick and choose is I would keep the Trump stuff in his face, and I would inform people, because there's some receptivity to, I didn't realize he did all that. And then now to think about it, wow, new jobs created, and, expanded healthcare, expanding the franchise, turning $1 billion deficit into, $2 billion surplus is something to do. And the kind of third thing, Virginia has, for a state that is wealthy as it is, has very low teacher pay. I would see that issue is like being very kind of convincing to these people.
That came up. They brought that up more than once.
And he talks about it, but, he talks about 15 different things. So I talk about, in that order, remind people what you did, remind people that Youngkin said he's in this race because of Donald Trump, and give them something perspective, and that would be teacher pay. But you can only do that. And they're going to come in and meeting, you got to talk about this, you got to talk about roads in Northern Virginia, you got to talk about, coal in Southwest Virginia, and you got to talk about education in Charlottesville, and you fall in, you lapse into a giant black hole. It's what happens. But
well, that's some good, clear advice for the McAuliffe campaign. And hey, James Carville, thanks so much for watching a focus group and for coming and talking about it with us.
It's kind of amazing. I don't know if we've ever met each other. We just sat here and talked for 1 hour. Never struggled for a word. That doesn't happen a lot.
Yeah, well, you know what? I talk to voters constantly in these focus groups, and so talking to somebody like you is ain't no thing, as they say.
Well, I enjoyed it, and I think I picked up some valuable information that I can assure you I will transmit to the people that need to hear it.
All right. Thanks so much, James. We really appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you, Sarah. Good luck to all of you.